Yeah, baby, dance, little more for me. Yeah. Oh, yes, sir. I've been watching you across the room. Wish I could tell you how I feel. If I could get closer, a little bit closer, then I'd show you the deal is. All night I've been uptight, and then you're inside, and then I'm alright, cause you're so clean, if you know what I mean. I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms. Hey babe, on my shoulder. You need to be here in my arms. Hey, hey, hey. Don't let the waiting be too long. Can hardly wait a minute more. Say excuse to the crew you're with. Come feel rubbered up hardcore. Yes. All night I've been uptight, and then you're inside, and then I'm alright, because you're so clean, if you know what I mean. I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms, with your head on my shoulder. You need to be here in my arms. Yes, dance for the Lord. We dance, yeah. In the meantime, dance for me, dance for me, baby. Till we blind, I'd love you to do. Dance for me, baby. Oh yeah. A work of art, that's what you are. Any which way your body turns. Picasso, Michelangelo would war as to which one should own, yeah. Fulfilling what your body gave, yeah. It's enticing and not surprising that you're so clean, if you know what I mean. I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms. Special lady, you need to be here in my arms. Rock me like that, baby. Dance for me, woman, dance. Oh yeah. Take me out of my world, put me into yours. Yes. Hey babe, I want you to dance, baby. Dance, baby. Dance for me, yes. I love you like that.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is having a massive civil servant sale in celebration of all civil servants.
Store-wide discounts and specials on new arrivals and best-selling items for all your home renovations.
Best quality items at the lowest prices island-wide.
You will love the savings.
Just show your ID and you're good to go.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hearts. Now listen where them say, yeah, yeah. Now listen to them there, yeah, yeah. Now follow where them there. Then we say you out and make poverty get wet. Chop! Free.
Don't let it blow away from me, yeah?
Yes, welcome my viewers. Good evening to my viewers and listeners. This is Rebel Radio. Today is Friday. Very sunny day in Kingston. And as usual, we have a list of interesting programs. And we want to start our proceedings this afternoon with well-known public commentator, Mr. Hilton Dennis. Mr. Hilton Dennis is a well-known Jamaican journalist who is now living in the United States. Hilton, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Well, I am supposed to be okay, you know.
Okay.
No, I know
Holding
that
down the fort for us.
I know that you have been following up what is happening in Jamaica, and apart from our daily problems with crime, politics,
All right, Trish. Right.
and all the other negative issues, this pay hike for the political directorate is on the minds and lips of most Jamaicans. So what do you make of it, Hilton?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, what's the word I can use now? I would not say that it is thoughtless. You know, that word almost came out of my mouth. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because you have to resolve the pay issues of the regular workers before you take care of yourself, and the efficiency with which they are able to take care of their increase. You won't see any parliamentarian protesting, right? When the implementation of the increase occurs, even if they have the same challenges with taxation, you know, you say you remove the allowances and you consolidate everything into one pay, basic pay, whatever.
Yes.
That is the challenges that a lot of the public sector groups are having. And I was very surprised. The finance minister, Minister Nigel Clark, had given the impression before he went into Parliament, did his budget presentation, presented these salary changes. He gave the impression that the consultations with all the major public sector groups had occurred, had been concluded satisfactorily, and it was just a matter of informing the nation. It turns out not to be so.
Yes.
And then, you know, while that is being resolved, you go ahead and make the announcement of these walloping increases to the parliamentarians. Now, the background for the parliamentarians increase, it's not something, these things have a long gestation, as you and I know.
Yes.
There's a precedent that was set of pegging, right? So pensions are pegged, and then salaries also, you know, the permanent secretaries whose salary is pegged to permanent secretary, so a permanent secretary gets an increase. A presenter said they had set something in motion that made these increases automatic.
Yeah, what we are accustomed to is that the minister's pay are pegged to the permanent secretary. So if the permanent secretary is getting $60 million per year, that is what the minister, that is what we are accustomed to. Yes.
In the same way that they had pegged the retired prime minister's pension to the current prime minister's pension, and the spouse of that retired prime minister, if he or she passes, the widower would get the same pension.
Yes.
Right? So they had set those things in motion years ago. It's just that the public education is so poorly handled. When people see these increases now being granted, right, strategically, because you know that having given the permanent secretary an increase, you are going to get one. When people see it, people don't understand the connection.
But
so they think it's something that they just start up.
The head of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Union, Mrs. Davis White, announced, made an announcement on Monday. What she says is that, okay, first of all, you know, I have a program on this station called Workers' Time, and I have been talking to the trade unions. And I recall during more than one discussion,
Hello?
Are you hearing me? I recall when I'm
hearing you.
Yes, I recall when I'm talking to the trade unions, when the question of the minister's pay came up, and the permanent secretaries, and one of the things that was made known that the permanent secretaries are going to be getting some hefty increases, and therefore the ministers' salaries are going up. But what happened is that this increase that the minister announced, they are above what they did. They went to the highest band, so they are getting more than the permanent secretaries. Yes. So it's not that their salary, the minister's salary, is pegged to the permanent secretary. It is higher than that. So that is the question. Yeah. One of the things I couldn't understand is that
higher than the average.
Yes, I am wondering now. I am wondering.
It's difficult to put the ministers in bands.
Yes.
It's difficult to put them in bands because of the short tenure that they serve.
Right. So I am wondering now then, in light of what is happening, Hilton, in light of the economy, in light of what COVID did to the economy, in light of the cost of living, in light of what is happening in Jamaica, why did the cabinet took a decision to pay themselves higher than the civil servants, and also higher than their Caribbean counterparts?
There is first of all, there's a lot of self-interest in politics.
Yes.
I know this, okay?
Yes.
So people are not serving because of any what we call altruism now. You understand? Any real love for the people and loyalty to country, and those things don't exist anymore. You understand? People who like power and who pursue political power don't really put the people first, because if you look at how they are pursuing even constitutional reform, they call it, when it should be changed if they are really sincere. You can't be going from Westminster to Republican, calling it reform.
Yes.
That's not a reform, that's a change. So with the salary issues, there are many things. I don't even know why the JTA has to be striking, why there has to be conciliation meeting at Ministry of Labor. It is shameful and disgraceful.
Yes.
Right? That they have to be going through this when you have announced this major salary reform. Why they have to be going through industrial action to get something meaningful, right? You cannot be insistent on taxing their pay at the full rate of 25%, right? You can fix that and you refuse to fix it. Government has to deal with this issue of taxation because you marginalize the workers, right? And you make them pawns of the financial institutions that are not lending for productive purposes but are lending for consumption, and targeting them and taking and exploiting them because you make them still have to be borrowing to survive, right?
Yes.
After they go and they work so hard, you pay them, they have to be borrowing, taking consumer loans for higher purchase and all that. If you give them more cash spending power by either eliminating or significantly reducing income tax, right? Not increasing the threshold so that they pay tax on less income, but eliminating it or reducing the rate significantly. Yes. You have to do things like those that give them more and allow them to earn livable wages that they can pay their mortgage, they can pay for their cars, they can pay the things that they are borrowing money for that they should not be borrowing money for, and have more money to put into retirement savings.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
You're not putting the working class in a position where they can save adequately for their retirement, because you're making them have to live hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck. Right? Well, the parliamentarians, the ministers, are now paid on par with, and even better than some in the US, And when you look at what a minister in the US is responsible for, right? The vast size and difference of it. How is it you're going to pay, in Jamaica, a little country like Jamaica, a minister on par with one in the United States or in Canada or in the UK?
Yeah, it is unthinkable.
It makes no sense.
No, it is unthinkable.
Because we're not earning at the level either.
That is the issue, the real issue. Because one of the things, I look at it, I look at it and say the politicians are the one who are elected to run company. I said I am describing Jamaica as a company, right? They are the ones who are managing the affairs of company JA. Now, if they manage the affairs properly, then I expect them to be paid accordingly. Now, when you look,
because you're paying them for this level of service you expect or the level of service that they are delivering.
Yes. When you look at the state of Jamaica, on all fronts, we are not performing well economically. Socially, we are in problems. And therefore, when you go ahead now and you know, pay yourself so heavily, it is unconscionable, man.
Yes, I mean, this government, they are governing in the interest. We can focusing on the financial sector in particular. They are governing in the interest of the financial sector in particular to exploit the ordinary Jamaicans, right? When I say to the government, your policy, right, for growing the economy is foreign direct investment. What does that mean? The tourism minister boasts of a Harmony Cove multi-billion-dollar US project. And, you know, you look at the magnitude of those numbers and you said, great. But if they put $1 billion US in Jamaica, they expect to take out 10. And in order to take out that $10 billion US in return, they have to devalue the Jamaican dollar to get the amount of US dollars that they need to repatriate their profit. And yet you are making foreign direct investment the centerpiece of your thrust to your strategy to grow the economy. Instead of making trade, real trade. You have a Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the trade is silent. And then you use a Ministry of Industry and Commerce to drive your overseas investment promotion through JAMPRO. And what JAMPRO prioritizes is foreign direct investment, where you sell out all the key sectors of the country to foreigners, you sell out all the national assets to foreigners, and they come in and they exploit labor and repatriate the profit at the expense of the dollar. So the dollar is now 150. You have a Minister of Industry and Commerce now who had said that the equilibrium for the dollar was 150, and he never stopped until it got there.
Okay.
Right? No. And then he turns around and tells us that our GDP is the lowest next to Haiti. Our GDP, and we should make noise about that. Right? He's a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Right? He's a wicked fellow in my view.
Ilton, you touch a point there which...
No, because you and I are in journalism for decades and we know the history of this. I practice from the archives now. I don't create any new, you understand, reports or anything. The archives are there to remind us. The man said that he's not going to stop till the dollar reach 150 to 1. And then he turned around and tell us our GDP. How can our GDP grow if trade is not our priority? If our priority is to sell out the assets of the country and let foreigners own the country and repatriate the profit, which they need US dollars in order to repatriate. We're not stupid. People must learn and understand these connections.
Well,
right? They're making an ass of the people.
Ilton, you touch two key points. When I joined journalism, the trade deficit, well, in other words, we were importing more than what we're exporting, and that is close to 40 years, and we have not improved on that. We have not improved on that.
No, that was the consumption side, and then we had a heavy debt burden, so it made it worse.
Right.
But we fixed the debt problem, which I thought was impossible to do. We fixed the debt problem, but we aggravate it by selling out the assets of the country to foreigners who have to send the profits overseas.
And then the other point you raised there, Hilton, which is a very serious point, the fact that foreign investors take out their money in US dollars.
They have to.
That is why, no, I am not against...
The dollar can never revalue.
The dollar can never be, and we can't stop the devaluation of the dollar either. That's another point.
After we see the miracle of JDX and NDX, which took away from people saving, imagine you saving for your pension and you were guaranteed an interest rate of, say, 20%. And a man said, take an interest haircut and accept 10%. It take away some of your savings,
Of course.
And you do that as a patriot, you do that in the national interest, even though it wasn't voluntary.
Yes.
And then after you do that now, he comes around and he undermines the value of what the savings that you have left by selling out the assets of your country to foreigners who have to buy US dollars.
Yes.
Right? To send back their profit overseas. So the value of whatever savings you have left after you help to save the country from a debt strangle is reduced.
Absolutely.
And media has been doing too much PR.
Yes.
And is too distracted.
Yes.
To focus on the real issues.
Yes. Because
so I am happy that we curse social media and the freedom that it allows. But I'm happy that it allows us to even broadcast now without spectrum license.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Because they use these things to curtail the flow of information.
Yes, of course.
Right?
Yes, of course.
That is repression. They use these things to curtail freedom.
Because the Minister of Finance won't explain the link as you are explaining it now. Say foreign investment. When we introduce, when we have we need foreign investment. I'm not saying we don't. But what it does is put a lot of pressure on the Jamaican currency, because when they have to buy dollars to export their profits.
To export.
So therefore, the Jamaican dollar must be devalued, It must. It is going to go higher than that, Hilton. It's going to go higher than 150,
Yeah, but I would disagree with you that we need foreign investment. We need foreign trade.
Yes.
We need foreign demand for our goods and services. They used to have a demand for our primary extracts, right? Which is why we had a booming bauxite industry, we had a booming agricultural industry, right? Because we were suppliers of primary components, raw material, right?
Yes.
So we had an advantage in the trade of those, and we should have maintained the advantage. And whatever we manufactured, we create demand overseas for it. But we have a diaspora too that is larger than the local population. So if you need foreign investment, they do not give the diaspora the opportunity to invest, They go and give total strangers. We have a very wealthy diaspora overseas. Diaspora is not just United States. We're talking about right across the world.
Yes.
We have a very wealthy diaspora. If they had given them the same incentives to invest, the same opportunities, and created the investment instruments to attract those investments, we would at least have the contentment of knowing, right, that because the diaspora are people who are going to come back home as returning residents, because there are people who have family in the country, because there are people who are educated in the country and have an interest in the schools that educated them, right?
Yes.
That the money would not be used, that the money earned on their investment wouldn't be used to pressure the dollar in order to take out the profit out of the country. That much of it would stay in the country.
Absolutely. Yes.
So the government knows the right thing and does the wrong. They don't listen.
No.
Right? They don't listen to reason, and they don't pay attention to solutions.
Yes. Now, for example, look at the tourism industry. The tourism industry is earning millions of dollars. Now, one of the issues there, right now, is the wages paid to tourism workers. And this is in the Caribbean, not only in Jamaica. In the Caribbean. The wages paid to the tourism people are very low,
It is the industry that attracts the greatest amount of foreign exchange, foreign direct investment, but that does the greatest harm to the welfare of the people of Jamaica.
Yes.
For every so many hotel rooms that are built, there should be a ratio of rooms for workers.
Yeah.
So if you are building communities, right, workers are living in barracks and shacks and squatter settlements, right, on the fringes of the tourist resort.
Yes.
So every time you come and you announce Harmony Cove going to be 2,000 rooms, there should be at least 200 rooms built in a settlement. In other words, there should be at least 200 rooms would be what? 20 two-bedroom houses.
Yes.
Should at least be built on the outskirts of that resort investment community, right?
Yes.
So wherever Harmony closes, you know at least 20 workers' houses are going to be built for 20 families
Yes, sir.
who are going to provide labor for it, right?
Yes.
That should be part of the requirement for building hotel rooms,
Yes.
right? A ratio of housing for workers to rooms for guests.
Yes.
And there should also be on-property housing for the workers too.
Well, none of that. None
so
of that
the
is.
government is not pursuing these things right.
No. You must also remember is recently they introduced a pension scheme for tourism workers. Recently.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
And pension for somebody who is a worker is not supposed to be a matter of charity, but they introduce it like an act of charity.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Pension relates to earned wages.
Yes.
So therefore, if you're even seeding the fund or making a contribution, right, to get it going, you should not make it seem like it's an act of benevolence.
No, it ought not to be. But that is how it is presented.
Right. And you have to blame the unions to an extent, because we give them a lot of time and we listen to them and they talk. But, the unions are aligned to the political parties.
Yes. And
depending on which party is in power, right, the pressure is going to be less or greater.
The majority of tourism workers are not unionized. They are not.
Yeah, well, that is going to change. If the government follows the law that should be followed. When the ruling was made for the guardsman workers to be now full-time employees,
yes,
right, it was a precedent that was set dispensing with contract labor, which should have been challenged long ago from it was introduced.
Yes.
So I saw the Ministry of Labor make a move, which seemed to have been that a regulation was signed for the security guards to cease being contract laborers, I think, as of April. And the same would apply right across industries in Jamaica. Right. So the tourism workers are no longer supposed to be seasonal contracted workers.
Yes, true.
Right? They're not supposed to be seasonal contracted workers.
And so, just to remind you, I know there are 20,000 in the public sector. The public sector, government work, 20,000 contract workers now, government employees.
No, well, all of that is supposed to end. Get the Ministry of Labor on another program, the permanent secretary or whoever it is, and confirm that the same ruling that applied to the guardsman worker applies to these, because they have these people doing full-time work without the requisite benefits. And they have been robbing the worker in that manner for a long time.
Yes, of course.
And because of it, because you were saying that the worker was responsible for filing their statutory returns, right? A lot of them don't have the knowledge of how to do, right? Because of that, you find that they work for the same number of years as the regular workers, 30, 40 years. And at the end of that period, they cannot receive a pension, they cannot live in a decent house, right? They struggled to school their children and all those things because they never got leave with pay.
No, sir. No.
So, it took a toll on them physically too.
Yes.
They never got any health insurance or other kind of medical support.
No, those
right?
things, they don't
40, 50 years and they built industry. What kind of government gives that sort of advantage to big business over the greater labor force? Yeah. Governments that come out of the agitations of the 1930s, right, for the field workers, can come into a more modern time and give that sort of advantage to big business to exploit labor.
They don't care, man.
And I'm a balanced person, right? I am for capital and I promote capital, and you have criticized me for that at times and so on. But I'm for fairness as well.
Yes, sir.
Because capital cannot earn anything decent if it does not treat the worker fairly. The worker is important. The consumer is important.
You're very right there. Hilton, what? So right. What? I want to just segue a little. What do you think of the constitutional debate that is taking place now?
Okay, so where the Constitution is concerned, remember I said earlier,
Yes.
the very fact that they call the group that is marshalling the process a reform group, and I had said to them before they even formed the group, it cannot be a reform group. You are changing from one system of governance to a completely different system, from Westminster to Republican. You cannot reform Westminster to become Republican. You have to have a constitutional change committee, not a constitutional reform committee.
Yes.
So that was the first thing that told you that they were going to move in the wrong direction. I said the next thing you need to do in consulting the people, you cannot have panels, town hall panels, where people make suggestions like you're doing them a favor.
Yes.
A constitution, right, is a framework of all laws. It's the most far-reaching set of, well, it's not a set of rules. All the laws must conform to the Constitution. So that is the framework, right? It's the most far-reaching document in the governance of the affairs of a country. Right? So you can't have people just merely making suggestions at town hall. I said you needed what we call plenaries.
Yes.
Right? The same way parliamentarians, legislators sit in parliament and they bring bills to the house to make laws.
Yes.
You had to have all the interest groups that should participate in the constitutional process coming in conference with that committee and laying their proposals down in a plenary where those proposals are discussed and adopted. You understand? And at the end of the process, all the things that are adopted are examined again, reviewed again, and then you come up with a final document to present to the country.
Absolutely.
You're not going to present it to, you're not presenting it to the British monarch or the British Parliament anymore. You're presenting this now to the people of Jamaica because this will be a real people's constitution.
You're absolutely
right. For 70 years, Desmond, for 70 years, you had a queen. And prior to that, her mother was queen. So you had Queen Mother, you have Queen Elizabeth II. Elizabeth II was on the throne for 70 years.
Yes.
And Jamaica didn't notice that where her representative was housed was still called a king's house. Who was the king? You had a queen for 70 years, but where her representative, the Governor General, resided, was called a king's house.
Yes.
For those 70 years.
Yes.
Right? This is how distracted our leaders were. Then after that now, you want to cite the new parliament in the hero circle where you bury your heroes. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You want to cite it there. It was named for a king. That was a King George Park.
Yes.
Right? And you want to cite the parliament there when you should rightly, more than just for symbolism, but that is the greatest symbol of breaking from the shackles of colonialism and slavery before it. You should cite the parliament. There's nothing wrong. The same drawings that were passed for Hero Circle. That parliament must be on King's House land.
Yes.
So that you make it absolutely clear there will never be a Governor General. There will be no ceremonial president. There will be an elected president.
Yes.
Right? That there will be an elected president who heads the cabinet, okay? He or she has to be elected, and the parliament will be cited where King's House now sits.
Yes.
That would be the most convincing move,
Yes.
right? Of changing our system of government and asserting our sovereignty.
Yes.
Right? So you must have a constitutional change committee. You must have plenaries where people present substantive or substantial proposals, and you must build a parliament where King's House sat.
Yes, yes.
Those three things are most convincing that the people become sovereign and that we have made the complete change. It was a great deception in 1962. That's why Derek Morgan said, don't be sad and blue. God is still with you. Because the people didn't trust those who led the process. The people didn't trust the two cousins, the two conniving cousins, as I call them, who led the process. The people didn't trust them, and the people were sad and weeping.
But remember, the people
But they wanted the people to dance.
The people had
and
no
Derek
say.
Morgan said, "Don't be sad and blue."
The people had no say. The people didn't participate in the drafting of that discussion, in that constitution,
Yes.
No,
yes.
And I don't want.
So they didn't trust those guys.
No, and they were not given the opportunity, and I don't want them to advance no argument, no one say, boy, people were illiterate, and because
people are boasting about how they did research for the committee and how they were student lawyers who did this and did that. They did research for deception.
that
and it was a grand design and a grand. What the document is called. Order in council with constitution in bracket.
Yes, man.
Constitution is supposed to be the dominant title. It was in bracket. What we have today from 1962 till now, constitution is in bracket.
Yes.
Order in council means it was a mere legislation of the British House of Parliament that was passed.
And we don't want a repetition
with
of that.
Conditions.
Yeah.
With offensive conditions.
Yes.
Very offensive conditions. And we have a man who called himself or he's called a constitutional expert, and he's back on the committee.
Yes.
You can't be an expert of something that was not a constitution. Right? That was a proxy constitution.
What I see what they want to do now, first of all, I see both parties talking about ceremonial president. No.
Yeah, done with that. Done with that. Elected president.
The Governor General,
they asked who is going to swear in the cabinet. The Chief Justice must swear in. And it's not a swearing in either, it's an affirmation, because you don't have no monarchy to swear to.
No.
A swear allegiance.
Right.
You affirm. Yeah. You affirm your respect for the people of the country.
Yes. Yes.
And your commitment to serve the people. You affirm your commitment to serve the people.
A ceremonial president.
And you do that before the Chief Justice.
Yes. A ceremonial President Hilton will be just an version of the Governor General that we have right now.
Yes. As the Governor General. That's all it will be.
Yes.
Right?
And
because to give the people justiciable rights derogate from the sovereignty of Parliament, why do they feel that they should be sovereign over the people? And you elect them to, and then they become your sovereign.
Yes. And you observe that the GG salary was moved up to 34 million per year. And
here you go.
And in the budget, in this year's budget, over $400 million is allocated to fund King's House.
For his office.
Yes.
For that office, yes.
Yes. So
right,
we are
almost $500 million.
Yes.
For one person.
Yeah. And the Jamaican taxpayer has been paying millions, hundreds of millions per year to run that office.
But these things are too clear and too straightforward, Mr. President. You know? Yeah. These are too clear and too straightforward for us to act as if they are complex matters. Yeah. To do right by the people is to give them the rights to which they're entitled, which you call justiciable rights.
Yes.
The greatest show of sincerity about breaking with the past, with the colonial past, is to build the new legislature, as it shall be called, not parliament, on the site where King's House now sits. And there will be no ceremonial president. There will be an elected president, right? And elected legislators, right? As well as you will have appointed one in the Senate, but you have the ratios and so on. Okay, but starting at the top, build it there. They have no intention of doing these things.
No.
So they came with a clear, when they were supposed to constitute the committee, the opposition leader had delayed naming his members because he said he wanted to know what the government's agenda was. Yes. When there should be no agenda because you're doing change. You're moving from Westminster to something completely new. So how could anybody have any agenda? No, they were going to tweak what exists. Yes. They were going to tweak what exists. Right? If you're looking at models of a constitution for a new system of government, nothing that you have is relevant. But they are looking at the task that they never did after 62, 60 years later. they barely change any of the laws they inherited from the colonial administration. They barely change and revise any of those laws. And all those laws over the 60 years should have been removed,
Yes, sir.
replaced.
Yes.
So they are trying now to create a framework where the laws that exist that are throwback to that colonial period will still not be changed.
Yeah, right.
So they're reforming a constitution that is not relevant to the system of government they say they're moving to. And then the laws that were passed within the framework of that Westminster system, most of them will be retained.
That's what they want to do.
All of that is grand deception.
Yeah.
And because of their laziness, yet when they pay themselves the kind of salaries that they have just announced to pay themselves, you'd expect them to be prepared to do that work. And there are enough people who can form enough teams to look at the legislation and do the bills that are needed for the changes and so on. They can do it, you know.
Yes, man. The people are here to do that.
They don't want to lose the handle. They feel they will lose the handle.
Yes. They want to remain as they are now, to rule and, trample on our rights.
A journalist is not supposed to be an echo chamber, A journalist is not supposed to be an echo chamber and a mouthpiece for these people. But that's what they have also tried to reduce us to, because we have to speak and tell the truth, They have polarized most of us, the issues that we should raise.
One of the things I think the Press Association should be active in this debate. That is
right.
Yes.
Correct, Mr. President.
Yes.
Right? And let them call us arrogant if they like. But the most vibrant people in the vibrant time in the history of the Press Association of Jamaica was during your presidency.
To be honest with you, I don't want to take that. I don't want to take that claim, sir.
And they called us a set of gangsters. Did you know they called us a set of gangsters?
Yeah, I know they gave us all kinds of names because,
yes.
that is what happened in Jamaica when you are out to change things, Once you are somebody who decides this is what exists now. No, we don't want that. We want to change it. Then you are branded, right?
We will say things like this now. There was a little kerfuffle the other day at PNP headquarters with a journalist.
Right.
Now, I have all the time in the world for a young journalist, right? In their training and their guidance and whatever. And I said there's something called sensitivity training. Remember, during your tenure, we've incorporated something called, because I looked at best practices around the world. You had me get the opportunity to be exposed internationally, right?
Yes, sir.
And I looked at best practices. And we formed a press institute for training, for in-service training.
Yes.
And it started off well. I remember we had a few training seminars at the launch of it.
Yes.
Right? It has gone dormant again. There's something called sensitivity training.
Yeah.
Right? Not a right to do as you like and dress as you like and go. The poor reporter don't understand as much as the editor understands.
Yeah.
You can't send your reporter into a trap, and when the trap catch the reporter, now you're going to blame whoever set the trap.
Yes.
Right? We can be sensitive to certain things. Jamaica is a political tribalist country.
Yes, of course.
Right? So you go into a man headquarters now, right? Color is a big thing to him. They were killing people in the 80s, right? For sign and color.
Yes, of course.
Make the V sign on the fist.
Yeah.
And you have one orange and going to green territory. So we know that from way back there. You see a reporter in the green pants going into the orange territory, you say, no, she have a right to wear whatever she wants. She didn't know she was going to get the assignment when she dressed for work in the morning. You're sending her into danger.
Yeah,
because of the stupid tribalism.
I don't think the young journalists are aware of that, that this color thing.
Because they don't get the sensitivity training.
This color thing was a very sensitive thing in Jamaica. If you have on green or orange, you could be killed.
And then I also said to the president, the current president of the Press Association, I said, the press association is not like a media house, right? Nor the leadership of it like the regular journalists being sent on assignment, where it has to be careful of its utterances on certain matters. It is like the Chamber of Commerce, the PSOJ, the Bar Association, and the Council of Churches.
Yes.
So it must speak out on national matters.
Of course.
That's not the role of a That's not the role of a press association. I said you don't understand. It's not even that's not the mandate. The word you use is mandate. I said you don't understand. It's not a mandate, it's a remit. Your remit is broad.
But hold on.
So it's not a mandate. Nobody gives you a mandate. When you lead the press association, nobody gives you a mandate. They elect leadership.
Of course.
But you understand the breadth of your remit.
Yes. The press association.
And you must have a voice in national matters.
The press association can be like a media house that has a code of conduct.
Right.
Right.
Under your leadership, sir, under your leadership, I sat on the Foreign Trade Committee, although there is no foreign trade being promoted, but such a committee was constituted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I sat on that. I went to Parliament and made submission when they said they were revising the Sexual Offences Act, right? Under your remit.
The press association must be concerned.
A former vice president Fairlington took the chairmanship of JIS, right?
Yes.
Is that a fact or not? Okay, so she shaped the public communication policy of the government of the day, although that was not under the aegis or auspices of the Press Association. Yeah. But it's not the same as running a media house.
No, it can't be.
As a reporter on assignment.
It can't be, sir. This is the Press Association. Right? It must.
But you have a president who doesn't understand these things.
That's the Press Association is saying. The president said, well, it is not the mandate of the PAJ. And I am saying, but I don't, for example, Milton is somebody who I have a lot of regard for. I don't ask him what is the mandate, you know. I don't.
Right, but the mandate is supposed to have. He's supposed to know about his remit.
I don't ask him what.
Right? Well, outside of that now, one of the things we compromised again because we must hit out against consolidation over competition in media.
Yes.
When you break up the JBC, we know of the days when you had one dominant newspaper being the Gleaner.
Yes.
Right? All the others were dwarfed by it. And it was the dominant media too because those were days of reading.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
It was a dominant media so that a prime minister was incensed by its coverage and marched against it and threatened it.
Yes.
And it had to go and raise additional capital to make itself formidable against that kind of threat.
Yes.
You had one dominant newspaper, and then you had two dominant electronic media entities, right? Well, one free-to-air national television station owned by the government.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And that monopoly was broken up on purpose because of activism.
Yes.
And resulting from that breakup, you got two national free-to-air television stations. You got multiple of private radio stations.
Yes, yes,
right?
Yes.
And then you got cable coming in later.
Yes.
And we have seen them, we didn't know, because as a press association, it either didn't matter or we didn't pay attention that the licenses were so written, right, by the political directorate that did this as a favor in order, right, to polarize the press. The licenses were so written that they could consolidate ownership back to near monopoly.
Yes.
After a number of years.
Mm.
So one media house forming a group ends up owning that former dominant newspaper, the dominant radio station, and four others, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, those sort of things are aberrations. And then a member of its management is elected head of the Press Association.
Yes, sir.
The major media houses have sports club, recreational facilities that their members enjoy, that their staff enjoy. The many other dots of media houses have no similar recreational facility, and we underdevelop the facilities of the Press Association. Where the Press Association is located, right? It is in breach of the covenant.
Mm-hmm.
We bought that property as investment property.
Yeah.
Right? and the investment has, grown substantially.
Yes.
We need to get the press association in a location that is not in breach and allow that property to be developed for the purpose that it should be developed for as a housing.
As a housing complex.
Now that our forebears had the foresight to make. Use that investment now.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, of course. That is what it is supposed to be. There's a plan. When I was president, I came across a plan to develop the location. I started some discussions. Well, I was not able to complete it, but right now I know that it is available, and we could reactivate it. We can reactivate it anytime and start. I lost you a while ago, you know.
We got cut for a while.
Yes. No. So
I am saying that then need to use that investment now to create, right, a proper press club, and at the same time, even the same housing development that occurs where the thing is out could benefit journalists. At least even those of the management ranks could buy affordable houses there.
Yes.
I say these things publicly, because I saw something occur where, because people have power to say no, they say no. Right? They're elected for a term, a short term, and because they have power to say no to something, they just say no for the sake of saying no.
Yes.
With no rationale behind saying no.
Yeah.
And hurting the interests of those who they should really serve by saying no.
Yeah.
To sensible development.
At the moment.
But we segue because we started up talking about the salaries.
Yes, of course. But it's sort of what we are saying is really, it's still is of relevance, man. Relevance to what is happening in Jamaica. It's not just it's not just the salaries. But so
sometimes it takes a gangster because God knows, right? It's a house of gangsters. And we speak of the gangs of Gordon House. Yes. Sometimes it takes a gangster to get the thing right. Because no soft pedaling is going to get it done.
Well, whatever it takes right now, we need some change because, there are lots of things. We
have to get some changes, man.
Yes, lots of things going in the wrong direction right now, Hilton. Lots of things because, for example, when you look at the salaries, there is one of the things that I am wondering, and I am trying to research this myself. The cabinet. The cabinet is the body that came up with the salary increases. It's not the prime minister. It's a cabinet. It's a cabinet decision.
But you have to understand, there's a template. We spoke already that the precedent was set. The pegging and all those things were set already. So it's just a face card now that they got an increase, because the increase is automatic based on the template that was set for pegging.
No, but what I am wondering is the Prime Minister can arbitrarily decide that, okay, I don't want my increase, or the cabinet has to sign off on that.
Well, the PSOJ, it wasn't the PSOJ or the JMEA president. I think it was the JMEA president, Mahfoud, who said, that's just for sure that I don't want my salary thing. Or Mark Holding, the opposition leader, says I will keep 20% and give away 80%. That's your personal business.
Yeah.
Who asks you? You're getting a salary increase. And, it is already set for you to get the salary increase. So you talk about, I do not accept or I will not accept. You're going to take it. Yeah. And you could say you're keeping 20% and giving away 80. And there is no obligation on your part to show that you gave away the 80 or who got the 80. Or if the 80 found its way back to you, by whatever means.
Yes.
There's no obligation for you in all of those things. So if the people are that gullible, And I mean, if the press reports it the way that it reports it, you can't blame the people who are gullible to believe it. But all of that is just sophistry.
Yeah. And
Rubbish.
there is no room for rollback either, Hilton. I hear they calling for the salaries to be rolled back.
Well, think of how it was done. First of all, it's a submission from the finance minister.
Yeah.
Right? Starts with the cabinet and then he takes it to the house. Think about the template was set of the previous whatever was set in motion for the pegging. Pegging is a key word, right? Pegging of salaries, pegging of pensions. If you don't pass something revising that or repealing that, then nothing else can be. There's no rollback.
That's what
because
I see.
You're actually obeying. You're actually conforming with the law.
Yes. So I don't see.
There's no rollback.
I don't see how they can roll it back. I don't see.
Yes.
Right.
No,
so
there's no rollback.
And
you see, that because of the whole public furor and so on, now they're saying these things and they're not really making sense. But the media has an obligation to report properly, and we are the ones who are dropping the ball.
Yes. And
you find that in this country, media will write very strongly against people in the public domain, meaning not the public domain, the political domain.
Yes.
Media writes very strongly against government and politicians and politics, but it's PR for big business, it's PR for everything else, it's PR, right?
Yes.
Because he who pays the piper calls the tune.
Of course.
The advertisers. You probably get more advertising out of government than the private sector. But we don't even start to look at that.
Yes.
Because again, media has a sense of thinking it's an obligation to get government advertising because it's the people money spending.
Yes.
Right? But at the end of the day, a lot of the shortcomings in the society, it's governed in everything. You have to lay it at the feet of media. We are journalists and we have to take our responsibility. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And they shut down people like you and me if they can. You understand? There's nothing for a phone call to be made to an editor, to say, boy, hey, this man is coming at us too hard. You have to tone him down.
Yes.
Or take him out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We know how all of those things go. So, a lot of truth is suppressed. Right? A lot of fear and honest reporting does not occur. Okay?
Yes.
Because a lot of people will compromise or, expose their own in the profession.
Yeah.
So a lot of liberties being taken with us.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
We can talk freely like this because we are veterans.
Yes. 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 Yes.
There are veterans events too, and they will be selective about who is there, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Another day you're going to talk about those who get national honors for their work in media and the public information side of the society and so on.
Yeah.
How those people are decided.
Well,
right? So much to say, man.
Yeah, one of the things that I had, a decision that I took as it relates to those honors, because I remember Delano Franklin told me that I should put together some information in order for it to be submitted to the committee that looks about national honors. And I said to myself, he told me some other people, I said, well, you can talk to them. But for me, I took a decision that I wasn't going up to King's House to take any honor from the Queen's representative. No, I don't want it. No, long as the Queen is here at Jamaica, I'm not going up there to go to the Governor General to take any honors. No, I don't want it. No. But the other thing, Hilton, the accountability exercise that the Prime Minister is talking about, those are things that should be in place long ago,
Long ago.
Yes. So it is after the political director award themselves the salary. That is when they are putting in place mechanism for them to account. This should be in place.
Is one mechanism, because there are mechanisms for all kinds of accountability, but enforcement is a different matter. Or interpretation. Because many times we have seen, like with integrity laws and so on, right? They have a different interpretation of compliance.
Yes.
So when they're called out for breaches, they challenge it. Right? Because it might seem very clear-cut to the public when the accountability rules are laid out.
Yes.
But when they are breached, those who breach them have a different interpretation of what compliance is. And therefore what would constitute a breach.
Right.
You understand? That they make the laws and they decide how the laws should be interpreted and how they should be enforced.
Hilton, I tell you what.
Under normal circumstances, the court that determines.
Yeah. I tell you what, we'll have to continue this discussion another day. We have exhausted our time. But I want to
very fruitful.
Yes, I want to thank you very much for your contribution, and I want to know, you know that this platform is open for us to discuss ideas. Thank you very much.
And it has been my pleasure. It has been my pleasure. Thank you too.
Yes. That was Mr. Hilton Dennis, journalist and public commentator. And, share ideas with us on what should be done and what must be done to make Jamaica a better place. Well, let us go for a break. Coming up next is, on Fridays we have our constitutional discussion, and we'll be talking to Dr. Lloyd Barnett and attorney Mrs. Motley.
New Budget Supplies big outdoor Labor Day sale with crazy discounts and super bargains. Paints up to 25% off. Black 4-ply, $5,499. 15% off French windows. Massive price cuts on lumber, dress ply, zinc, water tanks, pumps, and lots more. New Budget Supplies. Let's keep those projects in budget with this big Labor Day sale. New Budget Supplies. 195 Hagler Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices. It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagler Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget. It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagler Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Free. Then it will bring out the rebel, bring out the rebel, bring out the rebel in me.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is having a massive civil servant sale in celebration of all civil servants.
Store-wide discounts and specials on new arrivals and best-selling items for all your home renovations.
Best quality items at the lowest prices island-wide.
You will love the savings.
Just show your ID and you're good to go.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hearts.
For your best life, wait. Go check your HIV status, wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself it, do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda Ozzy, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan, do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Do it.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69, and there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact Crime Stop today.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And it's time for us to talk about the Constitution. We have with us well-known constitutional lawyer, Dr. Lloyd Barnett. Good evening, Dr. Barnett.
Good evening to all listeners.
Yes. And want to welcome you, sir, for taking time out. But before we start, you probably need to, could you just tell us, what has been, how the committee has been progressing in its deliberations with the meeting the public?
I have not been to any of the public meetings. In fact, I have just been, let's say 2. There have been several meetings I have been to, but not organized by the CRC. And those people that I have met with are very, shall we say, deeply interested in the process and have interesting views to express on various topics. So that I think the whole idea of having a reform of the Constitution is gaining momentum.
Yes.
People are getting, engaged.
But Dr. Barnett, 2 things that I see, during, discussing with people, 2 things. The format that is being used right now to consult is that they have public forums and people come there and I would say they make presentation. But the thing is that I think I don't know what happened. What is if when people make submissions at these forums, how they are captured, or if they are captured at all. And because what we want, we just don't want some people just make some suggestion and then it is go away. We want these suggestions to be taken seriously. That is one. The second thing, I am expecting, and I don't know if my expectations are too high, like the Bar Association should have an interest in this constitutional discussion. Don't you think?
The Bar Association is celebrating its 50th anniversary.
Yes.
And as part of that celebration, it is having a forum. I think it's the 5th of June at the Norman Law School on the Mona campus. I'm not sure if it's going to be broadcast. I don't know what the arrangements are. But I know that forum will be discussing constitutional reform, especially arranged for that purpose.
Okay. And there's another group of advocates. Advocates, don't we have another group of lawyers?
Advocates Association.
Yes, Advocates Association.
Yeah.
I don't hear from them.
I don't know what they have arranged. I believe they have expressed some interest in the matter, and they might have submitted a written document or are preparing a written document.
Yes. Well, let us hope, because...
But during the next few weeks, I'm hoping that there will be a number of organizations which will make presentations to the committee.
Yes.
Apart from the public meetings which should be staged during the month of June.
Yes, yes. And I see where the government has announced that it has delayed submission of the bill to the House that was supposed to have been submitted, I think, this month. And they are saying that it's because of extended consultations. They are forced to delay the submission of that bill. Well,
yeah.
Yes. Let us hope, because Dr. Barnett, we want, the more I discuss with people, one of the things that is very relevant and has come out is that we want the Constitution, we want a different Constitution. We want meaningful changes. We want meaningful changes. Where I find opposition growing is to the idea of a ceremonial president. We don't want a ceremonial president. We don't want anybody to replace the governor general. We want to change that system of government. And therefore, we want...
Well, there are different points of view on that.
Yeah.
On that question, because the existence of a ceremonial president is largely a matter of, shall we say, ceremonial matters being effectively dealt with, and any other matters which may be desirable to or convenient or appropriate to give the president. But essentially the president in a ceremonial presidential system is not an executive, and therefore is not an essential part of the government machinery. Those specific matters of a delicate nature can be given to such a person. But whether those matters are sufficient in numbers and importance to have a specific office is a question which I think is debatable, which the committee, I think, has to consider as to what recommendations it put together for the final report.
Yes.
But this is something on which the public is showing more and more interest.
Yes, because I think one of the issues which has been ventilated for the public is when you look at the cost of the Governor General's office.
Yeah,
is a tremendous cost. Yes, it's a tremendous cost, and then I don't think going forward we would want to retain that. I think that is something that we would like to leave behind us. And
when you say we, I mean, to what extent you find that is a popular view?
Well, the people who I have spoken to, most of them would like that office to be left out. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know widespread this is from among the public, because Dr. Barnett, one of our shortcomings, as you are fully aware of it. No, I said one of our shortcomings, which I know that you're aware of, is this: that the Jamaican public is not fully aware of these issues, They are not fully aware of them, right? And
Well, our duty is to educate them.
Yes.
Because they are not against being informed. They want the information, so the information must be given to them.
Yes, of course. That is the point I'm making. Thanks for sharpening it for me.
This is what you're doing now.
Yes. The people want to be informed, or they should be informed, so that they can use the information to make decisions, right? The other thing that I'm not hearing anything about so far during this discussion is the Privy Council. I don't understand how discussion on the Privy Council is so...
Well, there are lots of people asking questions about that, and I'm very glad to hear them raise it, because I strongly believe the time has come, long past, not just come now, when we should have, limited that situation in which our appeals go to England.
Yes. But it would appear to me, well, what is out in the public? I know that, for example, the PNP would want us to look towards the Caribbean Court of Justice. I know that the JLP has a position which is not in favor of that, right? So there is no...
Well, I mean, I have not heard anything specific from the JLP. I have not seen any official statement from the JLP as to what their position is on that question.
Well, I have not seen any, but apart from for example, I know that Mr. Golden spoke about setting up our own court of appeal. I remember that.
I cannot define anyone in the bar, in the legal profession, which deals with the court that would support that.
Yes.
So that, that's, in my view, that is not a viable option. We have served very faithfully in the efforts to establish the Caribbean Court of Justice.
Yes.
So it is our court.
Yes, it's our court.
We are part of its creation, its financing, and its administration, so that we can just throw it away unless we have some good ground for throwing it away.
Yes.
And I haven't heard anyone give a good ground for throwing it away.
Yeah. Well,
it is available to us, so let's use it.
And it has been well recommended. I mean, one of the early argument about it was that the Caribbean, by setting up the court, the politicians or the judges would be easily influenced, and they don't. But that I think that...
I mean, it is the most protected court anywhere, because the English have now followed the pattern of establishing the type of commission that the Caribbean Court of Justice has.
Yes.
Because the entire Commonwealth has admired the system that we set up for the Caribbean Court of Justice.
Right.
So we should be proud of it rather than trying to belittle it.
Of course.
I think there's no ground for questioning its adequacy and its independence, as well as its high standards of jurisprudence.
Right. Well, I would just like to take your time now for you to explain to our listeners and viewers, so explain for us, what is a referendum for our listeners and viewers?
Yeah, a referendum is simple. The submission to the electorate, to the people, of a question, straightforward question, to which they indicate whether they support a proposal, yes or no. That is the normal shape of a referendum. Specific questions to which answers of yes, I affirm or I support, or no, I'm against.
Right. And at the end of...
that if you recall, in our history, we have had just one referendum, and that was whether we should remain as part of the federation or not.
Yes.
And that question was put to the people, and they said, no, we should not remain.
Right. And so we would use our existing electoral system where the
yes, because if you have a referendum, especially a referendum on any of the constitutional matters, which require, as a matter of law, the holding of a referendum, then that has to be put to the registered electors. They are the people who have the final vote on the acceptance or rejection of any proposal for constitutional change, which requires a referendum.
Okay, all right. So it would be put to the people, and the people would vote whether they are for a referendum, whether they are for a republic or not.
Good.
And
right.
Yes, and those votes are counted, and it is used to make the decision. So if more people say no, if more people say no,
the usual electoral machinery.
Yes.
For counting votes and for certifying the results.
Yes. Yes. So as we know, in Jamaica we have had one referendum already, and that was in the early 60s.
Yeah.
Right.
And there was no criticism as about how it was held.
Yes.
To determine the will of the people.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And if my memory serves me right, there was some criticism of that process because I think the voter turnout for that referendum was low. It was.
Yeah, so I hope that doesn't happen this time because even if what is put to the people on this occasion is non-controversial.
Yes.
That the proposal to go to a republic, for instance, and abolish the monarchy, or the proposal to have our own constitutional instrument made in Jamaica, which require a referendum, if those issues are put, even if both parties agree on it, and there's no conflict, I think in an expression of our national pride, we should go out and vote.
Yes.
And make it be recorded in history that we supported an important development in Jamaica's nationhood and sense of independence.
Yes.
That you shouldn't stay at home on a historic day like a referendum to really express our national identity.
Right. And so, Dr. Barnett, for our constitutional change, we would need a referendum, wouldn't we?
Yes, to do the two, what I call imperatives, and which must be at the very beginning of any change. One is to have a constitution which is a Jamaican instrument,
yes,
rather than what it is now, an order in council made at Buckingham Palace in England.
Yes.
And secondly, to have a Jamaican head of state rather than the King of England or the King of Britain is our king and the head of our nation. So as a Jamaican person, I am in favor of expressing our nationhood as early as possible.
You are there, Dr. Barnett?
Yes, I'm here with you.
Okay, all right. Now, those entrenched right now we have entrenched clauses in our constitution. Now, if we would we need referendum to change those or
well, yes, there are some provisions which require a referendum, and if we want to change those, for instance, a matter which is discussed frequently, and which I think we should pay some attention to, is whether we should have a fixed election date or a more specific period for the measuring the life of Parliament, so that it is not at the whims and fancies of the current prime ministers.
Yes.
So that if we decide on a more precise time for holding an election and dispose of the present situation in which it is up to the
Prime Minister
individual judgment of the Prime Minister, that would require a referendum, or that question has to be included in what is put to the people in the referendum.
Okay, okay. And that is on that note, that is another issue that I know is gaining popularity, that we should have our election date should be fixed.
Yes.
Right. And also, another question here is whether or not term limits should be part of the constitutional change too. So, for example, in the United States, the president can't run for more than 2 terms. Should the prime minister of Jamaica be entitled to do more than 2 terms or 3 terms?
You see, one of the arguments against that, and you have to remember the United States, that only applies to the president.
Yes.
Because there is no country in which the members of the legislature, whether the House of Representatives or the Senate, serve for longer than the United States. There are people there for 40 years.
Yes, of course.
And a high percentage of them have been there for several terms. The president is the only person with that term limit provision.
Yes.
And one of the arguments in favor of not imposing term limits is that you really remove the people's choice. Because if the people are satisfied with the performance of a representative and want that person to exist, then you just have an automatic legal rule which excludes the people's choice. You know, so it is not really democratic.
Yes.
So that's, you know, it's not a requirement which I'm in favor of.
Mm. Yes. But fixed election date is something that you would support.
Yes, I support fixed election date because its manipulation is always on a partisan political basis and not aimed at what is for the benefit of the people. And I think you have been elected. If the election is for 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, then that is what the people decided you should serve for, and you should go back to the people within that period, rather than being given the right to decide when you impose that requirement on the people to make a decision.
Yes.
You know, and then, you know, it is manipulated. In a country that has that system, where the prime minister is given the right to name the election, the prime minister is going to name the date for the benefit of his party.
Yes, of course.
Or himself, you know, so.
Yes.
Not in the national interest.
Yes. Just for clarity, give us some examples of changes, constitutional changes, that would require a referendum.
Well, we have discussed 3, the priorities and imperatives, as I call them, which is to have a Jamaican instrument as our constitution, the removal of the monarchical form so that we no longer pay homage to the King of England. Those 2 definitely require a referendum. A fixed election date requires a referendum. And also the duration of parliaments being extended only in specified emergencies and for a specified period.
Right.
In order to introduce that sort of provision, you're going to need a referendum.
And all of those questions could be included in
Yes, in the new, my position is, which I hope will be accepted, is that these important changes should be included in the new Jamaican constitution.
Yes.
And that is what the people will decide. The people will decide, this is my constitution with my changes.
Yes.
This is the Jamaican decision and the Jamaican instrument.
Yes. And they could all of these could be put in one referendum to the people.
In the new constitution.
And the people would vote on them in one referendum.
Yes,
right.
Yes, right.
Yes.
And you say this, the symbolism,
yes,
the assertion of nationhood, and the fact that this document now belongs to the people because we voted for it.
Yes.
This is very important to our national identity and our future as a nation.
Right. Okay. We just want to hold it for me, Dr. Bandy. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. We are talking about the Constitution with Dr. Lloyd Barnett. Let's go for a break. This is Rebel Radio. Give me a break.
It will bring out the love, bring out the love, bring out all the love in me. My love is deeper than the ocean. Our love is in need of sweet devotion. Because you got the portion to bring out the love in me, and I will bring out the love in you. Let the lover in you.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices. New Budget Supplies big outdoor Labor Day sale with crazy discounts and super bargains. Paints up to 25% off. Black 4-ply, $5,499. 15% off French windows. Massive price cuts on lumber, dress ply, zinc, water tanks, pumps, and lots more. New Budget Supplies. Let's keep those projects in budget with this big Labor Day sale. New Budget Supplies. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Touch the rebel in you, and the rebel in you will touch a rebel in me.
Keep we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. Keep we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it.
No dash no paper, no dash no plastic. Dispose your garbage responsibly. No know how to recycle, learn it quick. And if you drop it, better pick up every piece of it. Plastics last forever, don't forget the bits. Cause when them touch the street, them end up in the sea. Collect pan the reef where they fish them feed. And when you want seafood, I eat your
Keep
eat.
we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. No dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, Now dirty of Jamaica.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is having a massive civil servant sale in celebration of all civil servants.
Store-wide discounts and specials on new arrivals and best-selling items for all your home renovations.
Best quality items at the lowest prices island-wide.
You will love the savings.
Just show your ID and you're good to go.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Okay, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we are talking about the Constitution and those constitutional changes that we need and should have, we must have. We are joined by attorney Mrs. Donna Scott Motley, and she is a member of that famous committee that is looking at the Constitution. Mrs. Motley, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We have with us Dr. Lloyd Barnett. So both of...
Hello.
Yeah.
Well,
Hello.
I'm very honored to be in a program with Dr. Barnett.
I'm very pleased.
Yeah. No, Mrs. Motley, you know what I would like you to tell us, is, my listeners. So what the committee has been doing in order to get people involved in this discussion about the Constitution.
Well, as you know, it has and has focused setting out some objectives, get to understand the process, having discussion with the aim of arriving. The public engagements so far have not been many. We've had two town hall meetings, first one in Montego Bay, and we had one in Mandeville. There have been a number of meetings with different sectors. We have met with young people, we have met with the trade union, we have been meeting with people from different churches and so on. There has been a significant emphasis placed on the meetings with young people, and a representative on the community, who is Suje Boswell, has put in a lot of energy into trying to meet with different sectors of young people. The council, young people from schools. He has been thoroughly engaging the youth. What do I think? I think that there needs to be more public engagement where people can have an opportunity to come and fully understand what the committee is doing and to be able to ask questions. And that is on the agenda of the committee. But a program will be established, a schedule will be set, and very soon the public will be notified of the other consultations which we expect to have.
Yeah. But so far, are these groupings that the committee has been meeting with, so for example, these discussions with young people, have they submitted recommendations in writing? Do you know that?
Some of them have written. We have had a very extensive presentation, for example, made by Lance, where Christopher has been the person who has been behind the submissions. It's a group of young people who actually take such an interest in what is happening in the country that they make a number of submissions to the Joint Select Committees on different subjects.
Yes.
So that's an extensive written submission that we have had, but other young people have written to Suje, who has passed it on to the committee.
Yes. Before you came, I raised this issue with Dr. Barnett. I'm talking now about the Privy Council. Now, so far, what is the decision with the Privy Council? What has the committee decided?
Well, the committee is not in a position to make any decisions about the Privy Council. What I would say, and I think Dr. Barnett will support me on this, is that a number of persons on the committee have a very strong view that to complete the circle of decolonization, we should also leave the Privy Council at the same time as we are leaving the monarchy.
Okay.
The response of the government has been that there is no consensus about that move, that the government itself is
Hello?
We lost her. I think it's I think it. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I'm not sure if you were hearing me.
No. Yeah. Repeat what you said. We lost you for a moment.
No, I was saying that there are a number of persons on the committee.
Yes.
Who feel that in order to complete the process of decolonization, we should leave the Privy Council at the same time that we're leaving the monarchy.
Right.
But the government does not agree with that view. They're saying there's no consensus on that point, and what they are also advocating is that there should be a final court of appeal here in Jamaica.
Or the government would want to set up its own court of appeal. That is what the government is advocating.
Well, a Jamaica final court of appeal is what they have suggested. Yes.
But as a practicing lawyer, you think that is a valid position?
Let me put it this way. The Caribbean Court of Justice has been in existence now for 18 years. Their judgments have been analyzed internationally, and they have been found to be very strong, very sound judgments. The Privy Council itself has commented on the quality of the judgments. We have already contributed financially to the court. We have spent over 27 million US in ensuring that the court can survive any kind of financial turmoil. I don't see why we would now want to embark on establishing a final court of appeal in Jamaica.
Yes. But
the fact of the matter is, we are not able to provide the resources, either in capital or human resources necessary for the establishment of a third superior court, which would now be the highest court.
Yes.
No responsible member of the bar is saying that. So I don't know how the government can think that this is a viable option.
Yes. So.
And I support Dr. Barnett. This is a view generally. Mm-hmm. And I will remind you that one of the objections from the Jamaica Labour Party was that they felt there might be the possibility of interference with the judiciary. That is to say, political influence being brought to bear on the decisions being made.
Yes, I recall that.
There's no allegation has been made against the Caribbean Court of Justice.
But then if you're having a local court of appeal,
yes,
I don't understand it, because if they are saying that is their concern, but they want to establish a court of appeal, which is entirely Jamaican, it doesn't make sense.
Absolutely, Dr. B, and that's what the point I'm making.
Yeah. Let me. Trinidad still has the.
Yes, they still go to the.
They still go to
the Privy Council.
To the Privy Council. I want it would appear to me, and this is that the government, this government, has similar views. I don't think they are anxious. They don't want to leave the Privy Council. They don't want to leave the Privy Council at all. And as I said earlier, and I remember the argument, and that was when Mr. Golding was Prime Minister, talking about setting up a Jamaican Court of Appeal. And from that time, that view was a view that was not supported, because it was felt by attorneys and other interest group that we don't have the resources to establish our own court of appeal. So I don't know why is it that view is still lingering. And both of you, that you are still getting this view that Jamaica should set up its own court of appeal is strong on the government side.
Well, that is a view that the minister has expressed.
Yes.
And in fact, when we were in the forum in Mandeville and she raised it, I suggested to her that the government should lay out the proposal and let us debate it.
Yes.
Because the people deserve to know what it is that is being advanced as an alternative from the government.
Yes. Okay. So on the board, the committee, the majority of members believe that we should sever relationships with the Privy Council. But the government is still of the view that it should not go to the Caribbean Courts of Justice. It should set up its own court of appeal. That is
what they're saying. I'll let Dr. B answer that one, since he's not affiliated
I'm not
to the
clear
opposition.
how far and how definite they are about it. Although there is a question of setting up one here, they're not saying let us proceed to set up one here and leave the Privy Council. They just have that in the air. You know, they're not saying we are prepared to leave the Privy Council now and set up a court of appeal. They are just holding that up in the air.
Yes.
So I think there's a difference to the whole concept of constitutional reform.
Yes. Yes.
And I will just add this, that part of what they obviously would like to do is to lobby the UK government to change their mind about Jamaicans needing a visa to go to the UK. Because remember, we are the only people in the Caribbean who actually require a visa to travel to the UK.
Okay. All right. And is that how receptive is the British government to that idea?
I am not able to say, but
okay.
I have my feeling that they must have made a very calculated and analytical decision to exclude us and to insist that we require a visa. And I don't think that's a decision that will be likely changed.
Yeah. If you remember, if my memory serves me right, I remember this was not always the case, It was during a period of increased drug trafficking from Jamaica to London that this idea, they introduced the visa as one way of clamping down on that. That is my recollection. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. No, the other thing, Mrs.
You used to, and in fact, when that was introduced, if you applied for a visa, you could get 5 or 10 years, and you didn't have to reapply. Now, if you're going to the Privy Council, as I had to go 2 months ago, you get a visa for 5 or 10 days. Just 5 or 10 days. Although I have spent years in England.
Yes.
I can't go to England now unless I have a specific reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say where I'm going to stay, what I'm going to do, and then they give me for the number of days that I indicate that I need to be there.
Okay. No,
I have to confess to Dr. Barnett.
It is really dehumanizing, to say the least.
Yes.
Yes. And I have to confess to you, Dr. Barnett, to Desmond and his listeners, that because I'm married to a Barbadian, I have a Barbadian passport. And if I'm traveling to the UK, that is the passport that I use, which in itself strips me of a little bit of my dignity and my pride, that I have to do that.
Yeah, because you don't travel as a Jamaican.
I don't travel as a Jamaican. And it upsets me, but it's an easier way to do it.
Yes, yes. No, I observed that both parties, and this is to you, Mrs. Motley, both parties have endorsed the ceremonial presidency. But I have encountered views which are strongly opposed to us using that route. What is the well, the PNP is in support of a ceremonial presidency. Why?
Well, let me explain to you what had happened when the most recent round of discourse about constitutional reform.
Yes.
The PNP had wanted to have an executive president.
Yes.
The JLP wanted to have a ceremonial president. And I think Dr. Barnett will explain to us that sometimes when we use the word ceremonial in the context of what the Governor General does now, it is not only ceremonial. There are other very important additional functions. But the PNP moved towards the JLP because they wanted to move the process along. And in the interest of doing so, they agreed to have what we call a ceremonial type president. Now, my position and the position of the party is that in this exercise, we need to hear what the people say. We need to take ideas on board. We need to look at them, analyze them before we make our recommendations. I will tell you this, though, that the people who say they want an executive presidency, when I drill down and I point to the United States and what presently happens there, they sort of say, no, that's not what we want.
Mm-hmm.
When I go further, I find that what people are asking for is a level of accountability.
Yes.
They want to be involved in the process because they really want to hold their head of state accountable. And so I think that we must find a way within the Constitution and within the whole discussion about a non-executive head of state to have a constitution that holds our political representatives accountable.
Yes. Well, I am inclined to agree with you there that yes, we need, for example, as you mentioned, the whole question of recall is something that came up. I remember that argument came up when there was a process to look at how politicians are paid. And I recall that one of the suggestions at the time, and this was somewhere in the 90s, if my memory serves me right, was that there should be a process to recall non-performing MPs, right?
Yeah, I recall it from the Carlstone report.
Yes, right. And I think that is something that should be on the constitutional agenda also, as part of the accountability process.
You see, one of the things we have to guard against is that in a country with partisan political organizations, you have to be careful about introducing these highly theoretic and high-sounding things, which would mean you have constant confusion, conflict, and infighting, and political manipulation of the process. We have seen now in places like Venezuela, Peru, Brazil, and the United States, which prides itself in saying it's a leader in democratic values, how devastating these high-sounding things are. So we have to be careful about not being attracted by things about recall and term limits and whatnot, because they can lead to great confusion and constant bickering and electioning. We have to have a period in which the government settles down to govern in the interest of the people. Otherwise, you're going to have the political parties using these mechanisms for constant infighting.
Yes.
It is a very dangerous paths to follow. It sounds good and nice to say we want these things, but they don't practically work very well.
Okay. Yes, yes. Well, um, let us see how these things work out. Mrs. Motley, so you indicated a while ago that you would want to see more public participation, right? And so what are some of the methods that you would use to get the public, to participate more fully?
Well, Desmond, apart from the town hall meetings, which have really proven to be very interesting, we can use the social media. We can have Zoom meetings, and we can have different ways of engaging the public. Part of what I think we should do is that we should have a time frame within which we ask the public to submit their views.
Yes.
So that we can have a record of it, we can distill it, we can get advice on it from people who have vast experience like Dr. Barnett on the committee, and then we can be able to move it forward.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think that the public concentration is critical, because you have to remember, Desmond, that nothing will happen unless the people agree that it will happen. This is the highest example of democracy that this country will see. And the people have to vote in a referendum. So it's the people's voice which we are going to hear. And if we want a yes vote, we have to make the public participate and also get them to understand the process we are going through so that they will support it.
Yes, that is very important, because what we don't want an election result like the 2020 election where 38% of the voters voted. We don't want that. And the first constitution, there were criticism of that, the first constitution referendum that we had. So any referendum that we're having now, it must be, we would like to get the people, the full participation of the people. We don't want a limited number of the voters to vote in the referendum on these constitutional issues. We want full participation. And therefore, I am in agreement with you that we must do everything to get the people to understand. Hey, we have to educate the people, because the fact of the matter is that the Jamaican people are not fully educated about constitutional matters. They are not, right?
Well, yesterday I attended a forum.
Yes.
And I took a copy of the Constitution with me. Mm. And I was speaking to a group of highly educated people in Jamaica, yes. Educated and influential people. And there were some people who were seeing a constitution for the first time.
Yes, yes.
And I did it deliberately because a friend of mine had told me that she thought it was a whole heap of black law books that comprised the Constitution. Yeah. Well, she didn't know it was one small book.
Well, let me tell you something. Why I am speaking this way is because of my experience as a journalist. My experience as a journalist, talking to educated people and people who are not educated, that they are at sea when it comes on to the Constitution. They're at sea. And you know, I don't expect the people to participate in this discussion just like that. They will have to be brought into this discussion. They have to be educated about it. And to be honest with you, I don't see much effort being done right now to educate the people about the Constitution so that they can participate meaningfully. Make some meaning.
Well, I shouldn't be speaking for Dr. Barnett, you know. Dr. Barnett should really be speaking for himself. But he has done a series of presentations, a series of documents, which breaks it down in very simple language, starting with what is a constitution, taking you through all the steps, what is a monarchy. And And I think that is an excellent idea.
Yes.
And I think that Dr. Barnett should make that as, he's one of these people who are always contributing to nation building. And I think that he should make that as widely available as possible because that is part of the education.
The Observer has been publishing it. I don't know why other media hasn't taken it on because it's available for them.
Yes.
But the Observer has published the first 8 already. And in fact, when we ask and answer basic questions in the presentation, and then we ask a general question for the public to respond to at the end of the series, of each section of the series, to encourage public debate and responses, so that when we have town hall meetings too, I think it should be broadcast. I mean, there should be arrangements for its full coverage by the media. I mean, it has some element of cost involved, but this exercise is too important not to meet the costs, which should be necessary in order to have full public participation and, proper education on the important matters to be considered.
Right. And that note.
And there are long-term benefits, Desmond.
Yes.
Long-term benefits. This process which we are going through now to get the people to understand about the Constitution in order to vote in a referendum, I hope it will stimulate the interest of the public to begin to be engaged in the issues of governance which arise on a daily basis.
Yes,
they need to remember that this is their country and they have a role to play. And I think this is something that will, socialize them into doing it.
Yes, I am in total agreement with you, Mrs. Motley. And I hope, one of the things that I am doing, I am using my platform here, and I'm trying to get people to play a role, trying to get, I am going out there and trying to get people to be involved, to get them involved, and that we can talk about it. And people like you and Dr. Barnett who have the information, and to get them involved because we are behind in that, and we must do something to address it, right? We must do that.
Why don't you make an arrangement by which they can respond to the questions which I have supplied you?
Yes.
So that they can send in their responses to you or to your station.
Okay. Yes. And we are almost out of time, Dr. Barnett and Mrs. Motley. But so one of the things that we would like to do, we want to make an appointment with both of you to be back next week, Friday, so that we can continue this discussion of what I call public education. So I would like both of you to note that in your diary that I'm going to be inviting both of you to be here next week to continue this discussion.
Well, I want to you know that Fridays is my Senate day.
Yes.
What is available?
Yes.
I will participate.
Okay. All right. Well, that was our constitutional debate, and we had Mrs. Motley, Donna Scott Motley, and constitutional lawyer Dr. Lloyd Barnett talking about the Constitution. Well, I want to thank both of you, and as I said, that next week we'll continue our discussion next week, and we want to get our listeners and viewers, aware of this discussion. It is so important. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices. New Budget Supplies big outdoor Labor Day sale with crazy discounts and super bargains. Paints up to 25% off. Black floor ply, $5,499. 15% off French windows. Massive price cuts on lumber, dress ply, zinc, water tanks, pumps, and lots more. New Budget Supplies. Let's keep those projects in budget with this big Labor Day sale. New Budget Supplies. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Far away, and she left me a note saying she's got to stay. My princess
dance, baby, dance a little more for me, yeah. Oh, yes, sir. I've been watching you across the room. Wish I could tell you how I feel. If I could get closer, a little bit closer, then I'd show you the deal is. All night I've been uptight, and then you inside and then I'm alright. Cause you're so clean, if you know what I mean. I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms. Hey babe, on my shoulder. You need to be here in my arms. Hey, hey, hey. Don't let the waiting be too long. Can hardly wait a minute more. Say excuse to the crew you're with. Come feel rubbered up hardcore. Yes. All night I've been uptight and then you're inside and then I'm alright because you're so clean, if you know what I mean. I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms with your head on my shoulder. You need to be here in my dance for the woman. We dance in the meantime. Dance for me, woman. Dance for me, baby. Do it like I'd love you to do. Dance for me, baby. Oh yeah. A work of art, that's what you are. Any which way your body turns. Picasso, Michelangelo would war as to which one should own, yeah. Fulfilling what your body gave, yeah. It's enticing and not surprising that you're so clean, if you know what I mean. I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms. Special lady, you need to be here in my arms. Rock me like that, baby. Dance for me, woman, dance. Oh yeah. Take me out of my world, put me into yours, yes. Hey babe, I want you to dance, baby. Dance, baby. Dance for me, yes. I love you like that.
Now listen what them say, yeah, yeah. Now listen to them there, yeah, yeah. Now follow what them say. Then we say you out and make poverty get wet. Sure. Free, poor people be free. In every community, we burn this unity, burn this honesty. Poor people be free. Shed some light with clarity. I'ma tell them say the crime it caused by the poverty. Watch out! Forward we going and we non-stop. Up it up, get on youths cause we non-drop. None of them we sell you out because them want spot. Them no feel to eat your food like them a chop. Done, arms house we done, poor house we done, court house we done, jail house we done, dead house we done, arms house we done, poor house we done. See ya! The youth them want a brighter way, and the youth them want a brighter day. Babylon them just a fight away. Tell them free your poor people right away. They run your water and your light away. Injustice take away your rights away. Then them send me so then to take your life away. It's like them want say night and day. That one your name. Forward me going and me non-stop. Up it up get to you because we non-drop. No for sell you out because them want spot. And no fear to eat your food like them a chop. Done, arms house we done, court house we done, poor house we done, jail house we done, dead house we done, arms house we done, poor house we done. The youth them progressive, Babylon possessive. Them fight reggae music as a hit a carry the message. Music alone shall teach them the lessons. Rastafari reggae must be glory and the blessings. So me say free, poor people feel free. In every community, we born in this unity. We born dishonesty. We born partiality. We want equality. So shed some light with a lot of clarity. Alright, so me go so yo. Forward we go, we now stop. Up it up, get to you because we not drop. No for them we sell you out because them want spot. And no afraid to eat your food like them a chop at. Forward we go, we now stop. Me say pump up the rhythm, make it one clap. And no worry about it, but miss a up and worry about miss a this and miss a that. That one you now listen what them say, yeah. Now listen to them there, yeah. Now follow with them there. Cause them will sell you out and make poverty get where, yeah.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact Crime Stop.
How for you them carry gun? Go lock up in a Babylon. What is you man? Tell me. Up in a Kingston 7. Vietnam a run red. Tell me what I want. Stay in a milling pool in a the river bed. String up big sound and a whole amaze. Watching the youth them play. Happy smiles on them face. Fish a fry, pot a rice. Everybody feel nice. Then all of a sudden, a police fire that man a run, you to run. Some of them a get flat. Everybody fun just done party crash in a Augustone. The man them ain't no level. Up in a Kingston 7. Tell me what I want. In a Augustone. It used to be a merry place. Peace and joy was the story by my granny face. No boom down, no safe. Soon as them cry, Korea war broke in the place again. I hope to see the day when youths can play upon the river bank. Man from outside just a rock to the bass and a shaken. In a it's a politician. What is it that you want from? Tell me what I want. In a Augustone. Up in a Kingston 7. Vietnam a run red. Tell me what I want. All of the people in the ghetto. Me need enough to live up. A sound of a string up. A build back my good vibes, feel alright. But if we continue to fight and live and divide, Mr. Babylon can just take our lives, and there will be no more ghetto youths to shine them light, keep it bright in a Augustone. us down.
One, two, three, two more. 1, 2. Adults the 30 minutes activity daily. Love your body, treat your body right. Vegetables, make sure you eat plenty. Children do 60 minutes activity daily. Drink some water when you feel thirsty. Cut down dessert and have a smoothie. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Make sure you know your health status. Go a doctor and get a regular checkup. Chronic disease can slowly creep up. We can lower the risk and live up if we just eat right and get moving. Jumping, running, dancing or skipping. Change the children, them lazy habit. Make them play out the door and put down the tablet. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up.
Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right.
What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in, then you're kicking me out. Got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on in your beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what it means, but I'll be alright. My head's on the water, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, yeah. Whoa. You give me all of you, yeah. How many times do I have to tell? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down and around to every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my hands to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. I'll give you all of me, girl. Yes, you give me all of you. Yeah, give me all of you. Cards on the table, both showing hearts, risking it all, although it's hard. All of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. I give you all of me, yeah. You give me all of you, ooh girl, yeah. I give you all of me, ooh baby. You give me all of you, yeah. You're my downfall, you're my muse, worst distraction, my rhythm and blues.
Jamaica.
Best decision ever.
Feel the sand between your toes and the gentle waves of the sea on your skin. Feel the warm Jamaican breeze lift your spirits and nourish your soul. Escape to exactly what makes your heart beat. You will love every moment. Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go.
Crucial, yeah. Baby, this one is for you. Good morning. If you're not with me, then I'm calling. I need to know where you are. I would go anywhere you are. Yeah, yeah. Good morning. You know I'm tired of the calling. Baby, I need you 'cause I'm morning. Right now I travel to the stars. I'm tired of the late night news. I wanna call you when I wanna call you. What we did yesterday was old news. Wait a minute, please by the rules. It's just the way we live and the way we live, let's go. We just FaceTime in a picture, baby, let's go. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet on the line. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet every time. Good morning, I see you miss my last calling. Right now I'm riding in my car, heading straight to where you are. Whoa, yeah. Good morning, yeah. I really need you this morning. Since the last call, I've been waiting for you to show up. Video chatting and people aren't sober. Tired of the late night news, yeah. Wanna call when I wanna call you. What we did yesterday was old news. Wait a minute, please, by the rules. It's just the way we live and the way we live, let's go. We just FaceTime in a picture, baby, let's go. Just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet on the line. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet every time. Telephone love. 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 Telephone love.
we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. Keep we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it.
No dash, no paper, no dash, no plastic. Dispose your garbage responsibly. No know how to recycle, learn it quick. And if you drop it, better pick up every piece of it. Plastics last forever, don't forget the bits. Cause when them touch the street, them end up in the sea. Collect pan the reef where they fish them feed. And when you want seafood, I eat your
Keep
eat.
we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. No dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica.
If the rebel in me can touch the rebel in you, and the rebel in you can touch the rebel in me.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And you know, we just want to, at this time, we want to go over to the United States and talk to an ex-CIA officer, Mr. Michael Merge. Mike, how are you? Michael?
Hello there, Desmond.
Yes. And I hope you are. How are you today?
I'm having a little trouble with the connection, but I hear you enough to where I think we can get started.
Okay.
I'm also getting feedback.
Okay. Yes. So we want to talk. Can we talk about lobbies this week? Mike. Hello, Mike. Mike.
Hello.
Yeah, are you hearing me, Mike?
Okay, I have you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So what on your mind this week? What do you want to talk about this week?
We're going to talk about lobbying and lobbyists. It's a very important aspect of actions in the United States. It's become more and more prevalent, and I have to tell you, it's a sort of a legal way of getting your way. When a CIA case officer goes into the field, his most important job or assignment as an agent is agent acquisition and agent handling. If he is worth his salt, he knows and relishes this. Recruit and direct for American interests. Most CIA recruited agents work for money provided by their case officers, just like most politicians work for money provided by American and foreign, I repeat, and foreign lobbyists. This work by both CIA officers and lobbyists is legal. But here comes the catch. CIA activities are for national security. Lobbying activities are for its paying customers and only benefit the lobbies, their customers, and politicians. The nation's people get nothing but a drubbing. If a recruited agent gets caught, his freedom is at stake, or even worse. Not so with the politician. The American lobby is a legal, well-funded scam on the public by U.S. interests for preferential treatment at the expense of honesty and good government. In short, it breeds legal corruption. The politicians are the ones empowered with legalizing this fraud on the public. What bigger conflict of interest?
Mike, explain how it works.
Okay. I'm getting feedback. It's hard to pick up what you're saying. Unfortunately.
Yeah, the connection.
Let me go a little further.
No, I'm asking you to explain how the lobbyists work, how it works.
Well, in politics, lobbying or advocacy is the act of lawfully attempting to influence the actions, policies, or decisions of government officials. Most often, legislators or members of regulatory agencies, but also judges of the judiciary. Lobbying, which usually involves direct face to face contact in cooperation with support staff that may not meet directly face to face, is done by many types of people or associations, organized groups, including individuals on a personal level in their capacity as voters, constituents, or private citizens.
Yes.
Lobbying or certain practices that share commonalities with lobbying are sometimes referred to as government relations, government affairs, and sometimes legislative relations or legislative affairs. Most importantly here is that we have to understand the lobbyist gets to the politician just as a CIA case officer would spot, assess, develop, and recruit a foreign agent to work. One of the first things we learned in training at the agency, in the long course, was that most agents work for money. The lobbyist knows that as well as the CIA case officer. And today we have the lobbying in the United States, which far exceeds its necessity or power. Because when you vote, your vote is counted, then the politician comes into office, he's elected. But then who does he listen to? He listens to the lobbyist who provided him with all that money, the big money, to be elected. And these lobbyists are being paid from the outside to where they are working 365 days a year, interfacing with these politicians.
Yes.
So the average guy on the street, the average citizen, he's really not represented the way a lobbyist is represented, and it's just a fact. Professional lobbyists are people whose business is trying to influence legislation, regulation, or other government decisions, actions, or policies on behalf of a group or individual that hires them. Nonprofit organizations, whether as professional or amateur lobbyists, can also lobby as an act of volunteering or as a small part of their normal job. Keep in mind, nonprofit organizations come into a lot of money, and they use that money to lobby politicians. Just because they say they're nonprofit doesn't mean that they're impotent.
Yes.
Governments often define lobbying for legal purposes and regulate organized group lobbying that has become influential. The ethics and morals involved with legally lobbying or influence peddling are controversial. For example, this is just a short list of some of the politicians, what they received from lobbyists in last year, 2022. Charles Schumer, a Democrat from New York, a senator, he received almost $750,000. Kevin McCarthy, a Republican from California, received well over $500,000. Maggie Hassan, a Democrat from New Hampshire, received just about $500,000. Raphael Warnock received almost $500,000, a Democrat from Georgia. anyway, you go down the list here, Democrats, Republicans, they're all receiving big money from the lobbyists. And
Yeah.
that's what's declared. That's what we have is declared.
Yeah. Well, Mike.
There are other ways
Mike.
that you can lobby a politician.
Mike.
You can lobby him with trips.
Mike, hold on there. Hold on there, Mike. Now, who are the people who are doing the lobbying? Who are these people?
You know, this connection is bad. I'm sorry, Desmond. I'm having trouble hearing you.
No, I am asking, who are the people who are doing the lobbying? Who?
Who are the people?
Yeah, who are doing the lobbying?
Who are the lobbyists?
Yes, who are the lobbyists? Yes.
Well, the lobbyists represent corporations. They can even represent other governments. The Saudis spend a lot of money lobbying us. The Israel spends a lot of money lobbying us. These are the ones that you kind of question, why is this lobbying so legal? All right, if you want somebody in the United States, an American corporation or an American organization or an American individual to legally lobby, that's one thing. But when you allow this lobbying from overseas, from foreign governments, foreign entities, it's not for the interest of the United States that they're lobbying these politicians. It's for their own interest, and yet it's legal.
Oh.
The PACs, election committees, are a way. If you want to give more than $1,000, let's say to a local politician, that's the cap. But the PACs, they can receive any amount of money that there is. I mean, the whole system is questionable. Mm-hmm. And I'm only discussing this because we are starting to pay for the results of this lobbying. Lobbying is one of the several ways that you corrupt a country. And we are becoming more corrupt by the day. I don't think that's a secret. Mm-hmm. In my book, Thoughtful Pauses, I had written in chapter 6 a few items, which, if you don't mind, I'll just mention. These were written years ago out of frustration. If a corrupt leader is difficult to remove, a corrupt system is even more so. Politicians who sell their souls for money and power should not be left alone, as too many will sell their country in the process. When you meet an honest, humble politician, put a warm blanket around him so that as to help protect him from his peers. Be hesitant to accept heroes and saviors at face value. The oligarchs are every bit the dictator, but less visible with their better cover. Mm-hmm. And the oligarchs are master lobbyists. In fact, they control quite a bit of our politicians.
Okay. So, Mike,
we have, yes.
What would be, for example, Saudi Arabia? What would they be lobbying for?
The Saudis,
yes.
As you know, the Saudis are loaded with money.
Yes.
They have great interests in influencing where and how their power is spread because of the oil, and now it goes beyond. They've become more sophisticated, and they're not just interested in leading OPEC. They want to be a leader in the world, and they use their money to make deals. The Saudis are Bedouins, and the Bedouins don't like to take orders from anybody, which includes the United States. Up until recently, we had a fairly good relationship with the Saudis. But under the present president we have here, that has changed. Our foreign policy has changed. And we are starting to see that other countries, I speak of China especially, Russia, the BRICS, Brazil, Iran, and South Africa, they've banded together. The currency of the world is changing. The dollar used to be king and never challenged. It's beginning now. It's on its first leg of being challenged. The Brazilians now trade in other than dollar currency. Saddam Hussein, one of the reasons we invaded his kingdom was that at that time he was talking about selling his oil for trading oil for other than U.S. dollars, other currency. But the strength of foreign policy and the strength of domestic policy is probably more in the hands of lobbyists than anyone else. And the average American, he has an idea of the importance of lobbyists, but I don't think that he fully understands the grasp that they have on American government.
Right. The Israelis, you say they do a lot of lobbying over there too.
I'm sorry?
The Israelis, they do a lot of lobbying.
I'm sorry, I cannot. This connection is unfortunately bad, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, I am hearing you, you know. I am hearing you clearly, but you are not hearing me.
Let's try it again.
Yes, I am asking if the Israelis, they do a lot of lobbying over there.
The names of lobbyists?
Yeah, no, the Israelis. Israel.
Oh yeah, Israel is the IPAC, the American Israeli Political Action Committee, is one of the most successful. There's no doubt about it, and it's well known the power that it wields with politicians.
Yes.
IPAC has been for many years a strong lobbying organization, but it's not the only one. And but they do one hell of a job. I have to admit. And the politicians listen to IPAC lobbyists, probably more so than most others. But they listen to they're listening now to the Saudis.
Mm-hmm.
Not the same. They're listening to them.
Yeah.
They're listening to the Chinese, even though you read all the time that there is an animosity growing, and it's growing. But that doesn't mean the Chinese don't lobby us. They lobby us for many interests. The interests are investment in the United States, certain legislation that allows the Chinese to operate in certain ways. So this lobbying is just constant and so important.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the lobbying has taken on an even greater danger, in that we have seen recently, and not so recently, directors of CIA and the FBI who have been lobbied. I call it lobbied, but they've been directed to take steps that they do not have a charter to take.
Uh-huh.
In other words, they're working against their own country. They've taken a political stance. Under the Biden administration, the CIA and the FBI have ganged up on other politicians, and you have, and they deny it. They'll look you right in the eye and deny it. Mike Morrell is an acting director. He was a former acting director of CIA. John Brennan was a director of CIA. And they were involved in certain nefarious operations against the Republican Party here. Leon Panetta and Mike Hayden are others. Panetta and Hayden, they were CIA directors. John Brennan, I've mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
These were ex-CIA directors. And this was unheard of in my day. Unheard of. The nature of the game in those days, obviously, it wasn't played completely right, but for the most part, the CIA and FBI stayed out of domestic policies. They would try and lobby unofficially and softly politicians, the president, for certain things that in their own interest, but not against the interest of some other American entity, politician, political party. But now we have a different ballgame, and it's a shame.
So
it's really a shame.
So CIA and FBI are getting partisan.
The CIA and FBI are what?
They are behaving in a partisan way. They are taking sides.
Yeah.
That's what you are saying. Hello, Mike.
Yeah, I hear you.
No, I'm asking if the CIA and FBI, they are taking political sides now. That's what you are saying?
If they're taking what?
Political sides.
Taking sides?
Yes, with politicians.
Sides? Yes, they have. They've been taking sides with the Democrat Party against the Republican Party. And they're screaming, no, 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 but it's obvious. There's plenty of information about it. They went after President Trump. This is not a matter of judging whether Trump is a good man or not. This is a matter of judging whether the FBI and the CIA have the right and are chartered to be able to work against the Republican Party, the Democrat Party, this president, that president, or anything else. So we're seeing the Constitution in the United States today being attacked and being ignored.
Yes.
It's absolutely being ignored. And this has never happened before. And there are people now who say, well, I'm going to try and get away with whatever I can get away with, and yell and scream and say, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. And if you have the media behind you, then the people will say, okay, you didn't do it. We're seeing a breakdown. The leaders overseas are seeing a breakdown, and they're starting to look elsewhere for world leadership.
Yes.
There's nobody that really can step in yet, but it's starting to progress. And the Chinese are beating us with foreign policy right and left in our own hemisphere. And eventually there's going to be a challenge over Taiwan. And Taiwan was part of China. Whether we like it or not, Taiwan was part of China. And when they talk about Putin or Xi Jinping, how they're spreading their terrorism and overseas, the United States has over 1,000 military bases throughout the world. What does China have in military bases? What does Russia have in military bases? And how many people have how many nations have they invaded, and how many people have they killed in the last 20 years or 30 years or 50 years?
Yes.
These are questions that need to be asked, and these are questions that need to be answered. And we also need to ask the question, who are we fighting these wars for? We have on TV, if you watch American TV, you have Wounded Warrior or T2 Towers. These are private organizations that are asking for money to help support the maimed, the ones without arms and legs that fought in the Middle East. And very frankly, that's the responsibility of the U.S. government. But more importantly, somebody needs to ask, for whom did we fight these wars? Did we fight them for the United States, or did we fight them for another country? And if we fought them for another country, where were the soldiers of that other country or the money from that other country? So now we have this interesting development in the United States. After over 20 years of war in the Middle East, you have organizations on TV acting like they're helping the maimed that should have never been sent overseas to begin with. They're now home without arms, without legs, with their bodies burned. They cannot
function properly,
do anything for themselves hardly, and they want the public to think that these are heroic deeds that are being done. And when these guys go to bed at night, oh, they're fine. The fact that they cannot walk, or they don't have an arm to use, or they're burned, and their wives are having to pick up the pieces, that's irrelevant. How come we didn't have that in Vietnam? I remember I was in Vietnam there from 65 to 67. How come we didn't have T2 Towers or Wounded Warrior? In fact, it was a very unpopular war, and for good reason.
Yes.
For good reason. After 4 months in country for 2 years, after 4 months, I said, "What are we doing here?" But how come Korea and Vietnam, they didn't come back heroes, or they didn't come back with programs like they have today to help these people?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Only because it was fought in the Middle East? And who did we do that for? Very interesting.
Yes. Yes. Well, it's very, very interesting for you to be telling me that, Mike. It's a very unbalanced situation. I can see the news. One of the news out of the U.S. is the debt issue. I saw the president have that in front of him now, and he seems to be getting support from the Republicans to settle that matter. That's a very important matter for America.
I can go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead. You go ahead.
I cannot understand how American leadership can continue to involve itself overseas in elements that absolutely are of no business or use to the United States, while we're having the problems we're now having here in this country. We can't even get a budget now.
Yes.
And we're spending money like drunken sailors. We cannot get a budget. The Republicans want to cut the budget. The Democrats want to keep it growing. A budget that no other country can come close to. The amount of waste in the American budget that goes for military use, that buying at costs that it's theft, absolute theft by private corporations, or waste for welfare where the people that need it are not getting it, and some of the people are getting it that don't deserve it. This is mismanagement. This is an inability to govern.
Right.
And that I see more and more in my country, this inability to govern. Instead, they're spending all their time fighting each other, trying to stay in power, and the country's suffering for it. And eventually it cannot continue the way it is.
Yes.
People are already strained now. Taxes are much higher. Taxes are much higher. I remember when taxes were very low. The cost of living is way up.
Yeah.
There are people who cannot afford a home to either rent or buy. My wife is a realtor. I've been retired over 20 years, but she likes to work.
Right.
And she feels so sorry for some of these people, what she sees out there.
Yeah.
That was never the American dream. The American dream, especially after World War II, starting in the 50s, was a home, suburbs, and being able to bring home groceries where the man was the breadwinner, the woman didn't work. There was one car, and they didn't lose their homes. They were able to meet their obligations. This is less and less the case now.
Mike, I tell you what.
Less the case.
Mike, I tell you what. We'll have to continue this discussion next week. We have exhausted our time. So I want to thank you, and as I said, to be continued. So.
All right.
Yes, that was Mr. Michael Merridge, telling us about the American system and the American way of life as it is right now. Boy, there's so much trouble. Let us go for a break.
Lover in you can touch the lover in me, and the lover in me can touch the lover in you.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices. New Budget Supplies big outdoor Labor Day sale with crazy discounts and super bargains. Paints up to 25% off. Black 4-ply, $5,499. 15% off French windows. Massive price cuts on lumber, dress ply, zinc, water tanks, pumps, and lots more. New Budget Supplies. Let's keep those projects in budget with this big Labor Day sale. New Budget Supplies. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
And the lovers we be.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is having a massive civil servant sale in celebration of all civil servants.
Store-wide discounts and specials on new arrivals and best-selling items for all your home renovations.
Best quality items at the lowest prices island-wide.
You will love the savings.
Just show your ID and you're good to go.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Rastafari, know I'm a princess the star. Come next to make a chadaya. Jano. Yo, then, yo, then, yo, my princess gone. Far, far away. And she left me, I know. She left me, I know, saying she's going to stay. From the other day, so she a flap up on me, says she go flip with the little shots, and she a itch up on the rip. It's like she all forget about the royalness. A friend and company, she a follow me get the tip. Yo, round about, she just a jump, she just a skip. So what put the others where you know you used to keep. So what put the king where you used to be with. Yo, well, Missy said that a aunt, a loyal, she just gone. Far, far away. And she left me, I know, saying she's going to stay. My princess gone.
no more you not act polite. Well, me sister that you ready fi put up a fight from the other me. Sister you acting hype. Well, your friend them you go follow, you follow the wrong type. My princess gone. Well, a friend and company, say you follow me get the tip. So I'm with the king, man, you used to be with. Yo, well, it seems like...
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we are going over to Philadelphia now. Talk to some of our friends. Ophelia, how are you?
Hey, I'm okay.
Yeah?
How are you doing?
Yeah, well, I am supposed to be doing okay. The weather is fine in Jamaica. Is the weather fine in Philadelphia?
Yeah, the weather is hot.
Oh, it's hot. That is supposed to be good news for you because you are in a country where it can be very cold. So if you are having some sunshine now, that must be nice.
Very, very nice. Your phone.
What did you say?
Your phone is muffled, and I'm echoing.
Yeah, is the connection? You are hearing me though? Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. So what are your colleagues and friends saying about the massive? I am sure that you must have heard about the massive pay hike that the politicians give to themselves. What are Jamaicans in your?
Yeah, we saw it.
Yeah, what are you people saying about that?
My name is Tamara. I'm gonna. Well,
I'm not hearing you clearly. What did you say?
there are up about massive increase.
Yes.
We don't think they should get any increase.
You don't think they should get any increase? That's what people are saying?
This connection is not good. It's muffled. I can hardly hear.
All right. Hang up. Let me try and call you back again. Hold on. Hang up. Let me try and call you back. Yes.
I'm not hearing you. Desmond, we're not hearing you. No, we're not.
Are you hearing me better now? Huh? Okay. But you hear me better?
Yes.
All right.
Echo now.
You're getting the echo now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, this call is very.
Yes, because you're not. If you're not hearing me, and I can hardly hear you. So yeah. Huh?
I said I don't.
You're not coming through clearly at all. I'm not getting. You're breaking up.
But what we are saying, we are in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
They should not get a penny.
Okay.
Jamaicans are suffer too bad, and they might take all of the money and put it in their pocket.
Mm.
And we're upset about it.
Yes.
We're
yes.
irate.
Yes. Yes. Well, there are a lot of protests in the countries. Protests all over. Not massive protests, but protests. People are protesting against it, and people are upset. And the prime minister indicated that he was not taking his increase, but that people are still not satisfied with that. And I can tell you that as we speak today, yesterday and today, teachers were on strike because as we speak, there are teachers who have not received their salaries. There are still a lot of anomalies in the teachers' pay. A lot of civil servants are still out there. Their salary issues have not been settled. And still the politicians went ahead and gave themselves this massive increase. Yes.
Hold on, let's hear from my friend Tamara.
Yes.
Hello. I personally think that's one of the reasons why they did a raise the minimum wage the other day, because they had their plans to boost up where the government paid.
Oh, so you are saying that is why they increased the minimum wage, because they had this plan up their sleeve.
Yes. Yes. Black people.
Okay. Yes. Well, I can tell you that the country is upset about it. Very upset.
Yeah.
Yes. Because a lot of people don't feel that. And the other thing is that it came out this week that, well, let me explain something. There's a system in place a long time ago where the civil servant, the permanent secretary's salaries are pinned to the minister's salary. Mm-hmm. So if the permanent secretary gets an increase, the ministers are going to get an increase. All right. Now, so in talking to unions who were at the table, I knew that because they said that the permanent secretaries were getting some hefty increases. So I anticipated that the ministers were going to get some big increases. But what has been revealed now is that the increases that the politicians gave to themselves is above that which the civil servants got. In other words, the review that was conducted, they went above what was recommended and gave themselves larger increases than what the permanent secretaries and other top government officials got.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So.
But look. So they're gonna take all that money and give to the government, and look, they don't even have a good hospital in Jamaica.
They don't even have a good what?
Hospital.
Oh yes, the hospitals are without critical equipment and the medication. For example, people can't get basic drugs at the hospital, not available.
Can't get a bed.
Yes.
Admit.
Yes, right. At one hospital last 2 weeks.
What up? Yeah, come on.
2 weeks ago, at one hospital in Alexandria, two men who met in an accident. They could not receive any treatment because no doctors were on duty at nights, and the minister is unable to find doctors to work at the hospital at night. That hospital in Alexandria. So the situation the situation in the public service, the educational system is down. Yesterday and today, a number of students were sent home. Teachers are on strike, right? Yes. So a number of schools were out today. Our students return home, right? So education is down, the hospital is down, crime is out of control, and I'm sure I've spoken to Ophelia about this. But what are the people in Pittsburgh saying about the crime in Jamaica? Talking about Jamaicans in Pittsburgh, what are they saying?
We're not happy. Nobody's happy.
Repeat what you said a while ago.
I said no one here is happy with what's going on in Jamaica.
Yes. And are Jamaicans, anxious to come home? Or when
we're scared.
Yes.
Scared to come back home.
Yes, I can well imagine, because the situation, the crime situation in the country is very, very bad, very, very bad, and yes, when murders for the period between January and May, when compared to the same period January to May last year, this year the number of murders is less. Right? It is less. But it is still very high, because it is nearly 200 murders since the start of the year already. Nearly 200. Right? And it is all over the country. All over the country. And one of another aspect that is of concern is that the crime is active in parishes where in previous years you never hear about murders and shootings in places like Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Elizabeth. Now those are say rural parishes, and they are leading the murder numbers right now. Right? Yes. So people are very concerned and, as you say, scared. And I am certain that is one of the reasons why people are upset that the politicians took on such large pay increases, because they are the ones who were elected to run the country. And when you look, the country is not being run properly. All the major areas are down. So, and they just pay themselves some big monies, and they are not delivering the quality service that they ought to. So it's a problem. Yes.
Yeah.
And what Jamaicans in Pittsburgh are saying about us leaving the monarchy. You know that we are now looking at severing the relationship between us and the Queen. Well, the King now, the Queen died. What are Jamaicans saying about that? Jamaicans
I'm not sure about that.
Yes. Yes. Well, that is one of the things that is we are discussing right now as we speak.
Okay.
Yes. We want to go republic.
Is that good?
So the constitution is going to be changed, and we are going to be severing links with the monarchy. So as it is now, where the king is the head of state in Jamaica, we want to sever that. We want to make that a thing of the past. So we are working on
Is that good or
if it is what?
good or bad?
Well, I would say it is good because we don't have any. If we are an independent country, so therefore we want to demonstrate our independence. We don't want the king as head of state. The recent salary increases, the Governor General's salary went up to $34 million per year. And in this year's budget, over 400 million has been allocated to operate King's House. Right? We don't want that. No, we don't want that. As we can't afford that, that money must be used to deal with other interests. So fix up hospitals, fix up the road, fix up the schools. We don't want any the king representative. We don't think we don't need that. That should be a thing of the past as part of our independence. Yeah. So what are some of the new things, new changes that you would like to see in Jamaica?
Crime rate, at least some I know, but at least lower. Just more opportunities for, because whenever they can't get their minimum, it's hard for them. That's why they start. Some more opportunities where they can make good living. You know what I mean?
Yes. And that is more opportunities you want for the young people, right? Because they are the future, you know. We have to do something to make it better for them.
Right.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for your contribution, and continue to enjoy yourself and take care of yourself. Remain safe and strong.
All right, big up, Rebel.
Yes.
Okay, bye.
Okay, all right, okay. Yes, that was Ophelia and friend in Pittsburgh, you know, and we're just exchanging ideas, what they think about as Jamaicans, what they think about what is happening in Jamaica now, and what they think should be done. Well, coming up is racing business, big people business. Well, coming up next, we are going to take a break now.
Budget Supplies big outdoor Labor Day sale with crazy discounts and super bargains. Paints up to 25% off. Black 4-ply, $5,499. 15% off French windows. Massive price cut on lumber, dress ply, zinc, water tanks, pumps, and lots more. New Budget Supplies. Let's keep those projects in budget with this big Labor Day sale. New Budget Supplies. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices. It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is having a massive civil servant sale in celebration of all civil servants.
Store-wide discounts and specials on new
best quality items at the lowest prices island-wide.
You will love the savings.
Just show your ID and you're good to go.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of all.
Live for your best life. Wait. Go check your HIV status. Wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda husband, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Do it.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact Crime Stop today.
Jamaica.
Best decision ever.
Feel the sand between your toes and the gentle waves of the sea on your skin. Feel the warm Jamaican breeze lift your spirits and nourish your soul. Escape to exactly what makes your heart beat. You will love every moment. Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go.
The 7 seas, you're always on my mind.
island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. Keep we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it.
No dash, no paper, no dash, no plastic. Dispose your garbage responsibly. No know how to recycle, learn it quick. And if you drop it, better pick up every piece of it. Plastics last forever, don't forget the bits. Cause when them touch the street, them end up in the sea. Collect pan the reef where they fish them feed. And when you want seafood, I eat your
Keep we
eat.
island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. No dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica.
Hey, I guess it's true, I'm not good at a one night stand. But I still need love, cause I'm just a man. These nights never seem to go to plan. No, I don't want you to leave, will you hold my hand? Oh, won't you stay with me? Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. But darling, stay with me. Oh, why am I so emotional? No, it's not a good look, gain some self-control. And deep down I know this never works.
Hello.
Yes, it's time for racing business, big people business. And we have our usual presenters, Dr. Paul Wright and trainer Will Suter. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, listeners.
Yes. Welch, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, and you are hearing Dr. Wright. Well, over to you, Dr. Wright, and trainer Suter. Hello?
I'm not hearing that.
Dr. Wright? Welch, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, but I'm not here, Doc.
I don't know why I'm not hearing Doc. Let us take a break. You said Dr. Wright is there.
Stay with me, cause you're all I need. This is love, it's clear to see. Darling, stay with me. Stay with me, stay with me, stay with me. Baby, stay with me, stay with me, stay with me. This ain't love and it's clear to see. Darling, stay.
Oh, yes, racing business. Paul, are you there? Welch, are you there?
I'm here, but I'm not hearing that.
I don't know why I'm not hearing Doc at all. Well, you want to, you want, tell you what, you keep, you start. Let me try.
No, man, Doc, I can't go without Doc. I can't go without Doc. No.
Well,
Make it interesting.
Yeah, I don't. Well, Well, hold on. Let me. You are hearing me, right, Welchie?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on there. Hold on. Just hang up. I'll call you back.
Contemplate a thing, so tell the little man to cool. Thank me lucky star, I can't believe I found a jewel. And them all ask what you wanna jewel. So make them know say that me have the tool.
The way you make me feel from deep down in my soul, I'm losing all control. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. No, it feels alright. Champagne and candlelight. The way you hold me tight, girl, I can't fight this feeling. Oh no.
Woman, you bring the niceness, priceless. Girl, you have the place. Bossy, I forget. Yes, I love the chase. You know, say no bagger man can't come call your name. All where you gonna, you me claim. Woman, your body tight, hotter. Woman, you really blessed. Polite, proper, out above the rest. You are my darling empress. That's why, girl, I confess.
Yeah. Passion, you dance and you smile, you beckon, and I just know what it is you reckon. Give me more, yes. Hey, Miss Kisses, I'm gonna grant you your wishes, and you can bet on your 4-leaf clover. I'm gonna love you over and over. The way you make me feel from deep down in my soul, I'm losing all control. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. No, it feels alright.
Doc, are you hearing me now? Hello, Doc. Doc, are you there? Not hearing him. Doc. Hello, Doc. He said that he's seeing everything and hearing the music, but maybe not.
Believe me, I have so many things to show you. In righteousness, I want to grow you. Let me tell you this.
It was love at first sight when I saw you first night, and I knew from that moment that your thoughts and your deeds were golden. Goosebumps came all over me when I look into your eyes. You were so happy and free. I had to walk over and say, I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number and where you reside. Let's take a ride. I need your name and number and where you reside. Your beauty I just can't divide. I need your name and number and where you reside. Whoa. My name is Turbulence and Rastafari way me choose it. Occupation is singing and making music. My hobbies are reading and playing football, but most of all I like to have you when the rain no fall, and give you sweet love when the nature call. The Rasta never bow, we always standing tall. Let's procreate, baby, do not stall. For your figure, me say enough man a ball. That's why I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number and where you reside. My feelings can't hide. I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number.
Bama, Bama. I need your name and number and where you reside. Your beauty, I just get a vibe. I need your name and number and where you reside. I look into your eyes, you're full with pride. Filled with pride, yeah, yeah. I need, yeah, yeah. It was love at first sight when I saw her first time, and I knew from that moment our thoughts and deeds was golden. Goosebumps came all over me because I looked into her eyes and you, baby. Oh, in your arms is where I wanna be. Yeah. Oh, baby, oh, baby. You drive me wild. You're so unforgettable. Things that I did in the past are so regrettable. I'm still loving you, even though you're gone. You're still on my mind. I do care for you. If you need me, you can call. I'll be there in the blink of an eye. I don't know where we went wrong. All I know, I love you so much now. Things didn't work out the way that we planned. But baby, if you need someone to love.
Say something now, Mr. Right. Hello? something now. Let me hear. Nothing still not come through now. What is this? What is this? What is this? And a program almost reached to end, you know.
I mean the time. We not
Yeah, the time.
program no reach. We not start the program.
Mighty Jah, I need you so. Sing along, hallelujah. Praise His name, hallelujah. Highest praise, hallelujah.
the silhouettes of the shade set to mash up.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. You know, we are after a late start for racing business, but we are there. Dr. Paul?
I'm here, listening.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you now, Doc.
Okay. Well, over to you now, both of you gentlemen.
Welcome to Racing Business, Big People Business on Rebel Radio. A late start, and we are glad that you stay tuned to Rebel Radio to hear the tips for racing on Cameron Park on Saturday. And that would be the 27th of May. We have 10 races on tap. The feature race is the Harlequin Cup, and that race is over 5 furlongs straight, open allowance horses. 8 of them will go first, and we see the clash of Duke, Runaway Argo, Mother in Sunshine, and it will be an exciting race. The first race tomorrow starts at 11:45 a.m., and the Reggae 6 comes up with a carryover of $9.3 million, the exact pay that our Prime Minister is getting, and you can get this money all for yourself by selecting the 6 winners. The 6 winners of the Reggae 6 tomorrow is a mandatory payout. The first race is over 5 furlongs round, over 1,000 meters round. Restricted allowance 4 for native bet 4 or 5 years and up. Non-winners are 3. Only 10 will go to the post. And here are my top 4 in race number 1. Number 1, Victoria's Medallion. That is Roman for Leroy Tomlinson at a very good price. Number 2, No Surrender with Jubil Pinnock. Number 7, Bad Gal Riri with Kevin Foster. He's riding very well. And on the wide outside, Prosico. Ramon De Pierre for Patrick Wacky Lynch and the Oak Ridge Farms. And you know who owns the Oak Ridge Farms? That is none other than Don Webby. 1, 2, 7, and 10. So for me, the race is going to be between No Surrender, Victoria's Medallion, and Bad Gal Riri. I'm going with Bad Gal Riri to get us off on a winning note. Well, Suter, what say you in the first race? I'm not in the Bad Gal Riri thing. I don't like how I give troubles at the gate, and I don't take no chance with my money. So I'm going to go with number 2, No Surrender, to get the better of number 10, Prosico Rush, been trailing well, and big argument for turn. 2, 10, and Welsh wants big argument into the other place, and that would be number 8. Number 8, Paul Francis riding there for Edward Stanbury. The second race in the program is over 6 furlongs at 1,200 meters. A maiden restricted condition race for native bred 3-year-olds. These races, however, the horses must not have finished second or third in a non-restricted maiden race, and 8 horses have been declared. The Catch 9 starts here, and we have all the betting opportunities available except the high 5. Double exacta, criminal trifecta, superfecta, and the lucrative rolling triple. Here are my top 4 in race number 2. I'm going to start with number 4. Just have fun. Shane Dawkins, or champion jockey, riding for Gary Sobrati. And you know, they usually leave the good horses for Shane Dawkins. Number 6, clowning around with Gemma Jackson and Stephen Todd. Number 7, the Bees Knees business, Anthony Allen and Richie Azan. And number 8, California Gold, Linton Stedman, all of 57 kilos for Patrick Lynch and Jadil Racing. So my top 4, 6, 7, and 8, I believe the race is between clowning around number 6 and number 8, California Gold. I'm going to California Gold, yes, to get the better of clowning around. Well, yes, I think California Gold will win this one. Over number 7, the Bees Knees, that's clowning around to the third. There's a good looking horse in the race now looking for number 1. To kill a mockingbird. So you can have your eyes out for that one. And watch how that one runs, especially coming into the last 2 furlongs. So we both agree on number 8, clowning around from 6 and 7. That is clowning around under these knees. We're going to California Gold. The third race over 6.5 furlongs of 1,300 meters for the claiming group, $250,000 to $200,000. The pick 4 starts here. The place for 8 starts here. So a lot of ways to get some money. Only 7 starters, double exacta and trifecta. My top 3 in race number 3. Number 2, Sunshine Cat, favorite. 7, Foster and Tyrone Prince. Number 3, Ride with the Mob, Anthony Allen. 4, Cuthbert Kawal Singh. Anthony still can claim 3 kilos off his 56 kilos, and number 6, and that is Storm Valley. Shane Richardson claiming 3 off 53, but Joseph Thomas, who owns the trains, this one. Very impressive run over 5.5 furlongs is Storm Valley. Will be at a very good price because Shine and Cat will be the price. And I'm going to number 6, Storm Valley, to get the better of Sunshine Cat and ride with the mark. Welsh, in the third, what say you?
I think Sunshine Cat number 2 is a banker. And he'll get the better of number 7 in the blood as one of the youngest horses in the lineup. I think the blood is looking good right at this time. There's 2 from 7 and 6.
2 and 7 for Welsh Suter. 2, a banker for Welsh Suter, who is down there every day. The fourth race on the program, 5 furlongs straight and 1,000 meters straight. This is where the first of 2 Pick 5 start. The race, you have to find the winner of race 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we only have 8 starters here. Double Exacta, Crenella, Trifecta, and Superfecta. In the fourth race, my top 4. Number 1, Stranger Danger. Coming back to form slowly but surely. Number 2, How Thou Sue Me, back in the camp of Anthony Nunes. Number 3, Ross Emmanuel, the favorite with Ram Lewis at 54 kilos, which is a good weight for that one. And number 6, Lord Dembelay, the lady, Natalie Berger, to keep a dead straight course as she comes down the track here for Orlando Chin. Orlando Chin, the first he's saddling now as a trainer, and look for this one to run well. So in the fourth race, it is 3, 2, 1, and 6. I'm going to Ross Emmanuel to get the better of Dembelay. That will give Orlando Chin a good run. For me, I'm ready to Ross Emmanuel in race number 4, Welsh.
I'm going to go with Talos. Talos, I'm an excellent jockey who can know how to ride an Anson or Saleh match, which is Lincoln Stedman. So number 8, Talos, over number 3, Ross Emmanuel, and 1, Stranger Danger.
Number 8 to beat number 3 and number 1, Talos has Lincoln Stedman at 54 kilos for Fernando Guinness. This one has been showing early speed, and that's the one selected by Welsh Suter. The fifth race on the program is for the claiming group, 300 to 400,000. Optional claiming here, they go 6.5 furlongs up 1,300 meters. 12 horses will go to the post, and what do you know? We have all the betting opportunities. Double, Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, Rolling Triple, and High 5. In my top 4 here in race number 5. Number 3, XY Soul, Roger Hewitt, who can bring them home at a good price. He rides here for Gary Griffiths. Number 6, Wilson with Tevin Foster, coming back from a little layoff last race in December and has been trotting and cantering at the track. Keep Wilson on the right side. Number 7, Devontae with Jamar Jackson and Ryan Darby. Jamar should be slipping weight of this one. Ryan Darby has gone for him to ride this one. And number 10, Zabratone, the best rider at the cart right now. Red Lewis, riding here for Sacre and Roman, who saddles his first horse. Good to see these young trainers coming out with good horses in this one. He trains this one for his father, Sidney. So here are my top 3, 3, 6, 7, and 10. Let us welcome Sacre and Roman into the winner's enclosure. I'm going to number 10 to get the better of number 6, Wilson, and number 7, Devontae. Welsh, what say you in race number 5?
I'm going to go with number 12, Just an Illusion. This horse acts well for Anthony Thomas. And he has been rapping at the door for so long. I think it's overdue now. Number 12, Just an Illusion, to get the better of number 4, Gorgeous Gift. And number 6, Wilson.
Number 7, 4, and 6 are for
12.
4 and 6. That is the selection of Welsh Suter. And you may remember number 12 is written by a one-time champion jockey. And he should be able to do well with this one. The 6th race on the program is over the straight 5 again. A restricted 5 for native bet 4-year-olds, just money, non-winners of 2. Cavalry charge. 15 of them will come thundering down the track. And remember, this race gets off at 10 minutes to 3. Here are my top 4 in race number 6. Number 1, Adenosine with Ryan Lewis should be able to get away from the inside draw and come to the middle and make a race of this. Number 2, Jungle Boogie with David Foster. Number 8, that is Special Gift with Ramon DePierre. And number 10, Pip with Matthew Bennett riding there for Anthony Nunes. 1, 2, 8, and 10. The outside horses have a distinct advantage. The inside horses are quick, but I'm going to 10 and 8. Quick to get the better of special gift. Welsh, in the 6th, what say you?
Well, firstly, number 14 is a non-runner, so you could one touch can scratch it now. That also will be back tomorrow.
Trained by Boris McIntosh.
Yes. Right. This race looked like it's set up for Anthony Nunes, one of his horses win. I had a number 2, Jungle Boogie, hard pick. But number 11, Marketplace, is a class horse in this. He's just not acting well. So I'm going to go for number 11 to get the better of 10 and number 2.
11, 10, 2, Roger Hewitt riding for Robert Pearson. And this one, Robert Pearson, usually selects his races very well. And this horse works in the morning, the natural dancer, and Rani Bangala. So look for a good run with this one. Well, Shooter likes number 11 in race number 6. The 7th race on the program is over 4 furlongs straight or 800 meters straight. A maiden condition race, but this time 4-year-old maidens. And we have 9 of them going down to the post. Here are my top 4 in race number 7. Number 1, Blake. Blake, for this one, trained by Donovan Clark. Folks, this one has been whispered all over the track for a very long time. Good to see it now coming to the race start. Number 5, Salute. Kevin Foster teaming up with Ryan Darby. Number 6, Rosa the Warrior, the favorite, Dane Dawkins and Anthony Smith. And number 8, Empress Nakila, Sadiki Blake, and Robert French teaming up for this one. 1, 5, 6, and 8. The whispers have it. I expect Blade to get away and prove all the whispering correct. In the 7th race, I'm with the number 1, Blade, to get the better of number 6, Rosa the Warrior, the favorite, and number 8, Empress Nakila. Welsh.
Yes, Blade has been whispered for a long time. The last time he came to the wicket, he got Alec the night before I did not start. Blade should have run away behind this. Don Clark should do in his first race as a trainer. And you look at the better of number 3. He's a Lion. And number 4, she's Nene as an outer.
1, 3, and 4. 4 is a big outer that Welsh has given us a hint on that one. She's a Nene with Roger Hewitt going overweight to ride this one for Courtney Williams, and he owns and trains this one. 8th race in the program comes up next. 5.5 furlongs, 1,100 meters. Restricted overnight allowance horses. They go in 5.5 furlongs, and 13 of them will go to the post, and you can make some money off the last triple of the day. Here are my top 3 in race number 8. Number 1, Brinks, with Dane Dawkins, a sprinter of note. And he has been working and running very well. Brinks has a good one there. Number 8, and that is Freedom Street. Anthony Thomas. I lost money on this one the last time at 3-1 with young Patterson. And this one came home behind Super Duper, who ran away with that race to keep this one on the right path. Number 11, Luxon, with Jordan Barrett and Jason Acosta. Quick, can't have anything wrong with Luxon. And number 13, Power Ranking. Kevin Foster rides this one to Richie Azan, who owns and trains this one. 1, 8, 11, and 13. And I'm going with the speedball himself. Number 1, Brinks, to bring home this one and all the cash for you. In the 8th, Wes, what say you?
Brings us a sure banker. We'll look it up for the 2nd and 3rd places. I think our next good out is Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge does not run a bad race in his life. He's never run a bad race in his life. So number 1 from 4. And number 8. 1, 4, 8 for him.
1, 4, 8 for Welsh Shooter. And he agrees that Brinks should be able to bring home the cash as Brinks usually does. The 9th race in the program is the feature race, Harlequin Cup. Open night allowance horses going over 5 furlongs straight. 8 of them will go to the pros, and what a speed ball! This one is going to be from the word go. Here are my top 4 in race number 9. Number 1, Madeline Sunshine. Ren Lewis going overweight for Jason Acosta and Carlton Watson. Number 3, Runaway Algo. Ran away the last time in track record time, so keep this one on the good side. Number 5 is my other selection, and that is Duke with Dane Dawkins. Will be coming at them at the end and flying. And number 7, Emperor of the Cats with Richard Henry at 51 kilos for Carl Anderson, owner trainer of this one. 1, 3, 5, and 7. And I believe Runaway Algo will run away again and get the better of number 1. Runaway Algo for me in the future race, the Harlequin Cup. Well,
Yeah, run away, otherwise looks like a banker in this spot. But he'll get the better of Duke, will be closing very fast, and then probably catch to the third.
Who you say for second? Duke?
Duke, then probably catch third, yeah.
And that's number 7. 3 from 5 and 7. The dig-out handicap is the last one on the program. The 10th race of 10. 6 furlongs, 1,200 meters. For restricted allowance, 5. Native bred 4-year-olds, 9 winners of 3. And 13 of them will go to the post. Here are my top 4 in this one. And folks, I'm going to be giving you some outsiders along with my food special. Number 1, Noble Impulse. Forget that last run. Don't know what happened there, but they have Anthony Allen to go at 50.5 kilos for Gary Griffith. Number 5, Jupiter Man. Calvin Bailey for Howard Bailey. This one will run well. Number 8, and that is Legal Bomb with Dane Dawkins and Gracefully Made. Anthony Thomas for Alfred Brown, who just lost the last time. So it's 1, 5, 8, and 9. My cook food special for tomorrow is number 9. Gracefully Made. Anthony Thomas and Al Brown teaming up for this one. That's my bet of the day. Well, what say you in the 9 and the 10 and 5?
I think you might have some mackerel and rice, not the good food special this week. The number 4 Ultimate Machine. The machine is back. This horse is an A-class horse. You got 2 Grace Andley, ran a second, went off for a layup. The machine is back. The machine is piled up. I'm going to go with number 4, Ultimate Machine, to get a better of number 1. And number 13, Sids and Sister K. But 4 or 5 as a horse that should be in the money. But just
that's number 12.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's, folks, those of you who are tuning in, here are our selections for the day. And be sure to write down these selections. Your selection, mine and Welsh's, and who knows, you might just be a reggae. That reggae 6, $9.3 million. Mandatory payout. In the first race, I'm going to number 7, Pascal Riri. Well Suitor selects number 2, No Surrender. In the third race, my selection is number 8, That's California Gold. Well Suitor agrees with me. In the third, I'm going to number 6, Storm Valley. Well Suitor selects number 2, Sunshine Cap. In the fourth race, my selection is number 3, Rasimadian. Well Suitor goes in number 8, Fallos. In the fifth race, I'm going to number 10, Zapatone. Well Suitor goes in number 12, Just an Illusion. In the sixth race, I'm going to number 10, Pip. And Well Suitor goes in number 11, Marketplace, to get the better of the Anthony Nunes pair, Pip. And the other one from Anthony Nunes' table should be doing very well, but he is going with 11 and 10. In the seventh race, I'm going to number 1, Blade. Well Suitor agrees with me. In the eighth race, number 1, Brinks. Well Suitor agrees with me. In the ninth, we both agree on Runaway Algo. My top 4 special is the 10th, is number 9, Gracefully Made. The bet of the day, 8-class horse. And that's the Ultimate Machine, back to his best, Roger Hewitt and Robert French, the selection of Well Suitor. So there are your selections. Be sure to keep tuning to run to Rebel Radio if you want to hear racing business, big people business, with Well Suitor and Madame. Good luck tomorrow, and be sure to make sure you listen to Rebel Radio.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, it's just over.
Hello? Welchie, what is that, man?
It's just over. It's just finished.
Huh?
Go back to regular thing now. That's true.
You are finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that was racing business. Big people's business. Right. And I want to thank our listeners and viewers for taking time out for Rebel Radio this week. And that's the end of our program for today. So Stay safe and strong. And keep tuned to Rebel Radio. See you on Monday.
The system, they don't wanna see.